Welcome to Brittle Papers. I am your host, Eric Thorne. Where are you listening from tonight? Drop a comment down below. Your voices bring peace to these ancient echoes. Let's begin. There is a quiet in the beginning that almost feels eternal. The kind of stillness that hums in the background, like distant wind brushing against ancient stone. In the north of China, where the mountains rise with age-old grace and rivers coil like memory, the land once breathed under the Jin. Their story does not begin in war. It begins in rhythm, slow, ceremonial, and wrapped in silk. Before armies moved and cities fell, there were songs sung beneath canopies of pine and drums that echoed not with fear, but with harvest. The dynasty, like many before it, believed itself destined, born of the heavens, anchored by lineage, held up by rights that had been whispered for generations. And yet, we begin here because peace, however beautiful, is rarely permanent. But for now, the air is still. The people go about their days with the habits of those who do not yet know what is coming. Horses graze near the borders. Paper is pressed in scrolls. The emperor receives envoys beneath painted rafters, and servants pour tea with hands practiced in silence. This was the Jin before the thunder. And as we tell this story, we want you to know, we care deeply for your rest, for your comfort. You are safe here. You are welcome here. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee and let's get started. The Jin Dynasty rose not from nowhere, but from the bones of an older world. The song ruled much of China, but in their northern reaches, the soil told another tale. A people called the Jurchen, fierce, organized, born of forest and steppe, had watched dynasties rise like dust storms and fall just as quickly. They were hunters, horsemen. Their language curled differently in the mouth than that of the Chinese court. But they had learned, they had listened, and in the early 1100s, they did more than watch. They acted. The Jin began as a rebellion, then a replacement. They carved out the north with precision and quiet determination, forming a dynasty with structure, law, and surprisingly refined grace. They adopted systems, wore robes, called themselves sovereign, and in that first season of calm, they planted roots where once there had been only frost. But the calm, even then, was weighted with something thin and brittle. In the palaces of Zhongdu, the Jin emperors walked through corridors of painted screens and ancestral tablets. Their hands were calloused, not by labor, but by ceremony. They inherited rituals from their conquered neighbors, but stitched them into new patterns. There was no arrogance in these early years, only the soft tension of adaptation. The Jin knew they were newcomers to this particular kind of rule, and yet they carried it well. Scrolls were written, roads expanded, temples were rebuilt in the style of those they had once torn down. To the south, the song looked on warily, uncertain whether this calm was camouflage or genuine governance. But to the north, beyond the Great Wall, other eyes watched too. The steppe does not sleep for long. In the countryside, far from court, peasants felt the change as distance. Taxes came under a new seal. Soldiers bore different banners. But for the most part, seasons still turned, and grain still bowed to the wind. It is here, in the field and along the forest paths, that the truest calm lived, not in royal halls, but in the hands of those who harvested. Still, history does not pause for comfort. Beneath this surface peace, cracks had begun to show. Ambition does not sleep, nor does memory. And the song, though weakened, had not forgotten the loss of their lands. The Jin knew this, And deep in their bones, they also knew peace was not a gift. It was a negotiation, and one that would not last forever. The court did not govern by sword alone. It ruled through symbols, through robes folded a certain way, through silence at the right moment in the hall, through rice offered to ancestors long buried. Within the walls of the Jin palace, days moved slowly, wrapped in incense and intention. Officials rose before dawn, robes crisp, minds rehearsing every phrase they might speak in the presence of the throne. The emperor, though distant, was not unseen. He was the center of a spinning wheel, and every gesture, every pause revolved around him. Yet this was not a court of excess. The early Jin rulers, hardened by their origins, preferred restraint. Their power came from structure, not spectacle. And so, even at their most adorned, the court felt more like a temple than a theatre. Behind the painted screens, behind the bronze censers and carved screens, decisions shaped lives in silence. Rice was more than food. It was the pulse of the dynasty, measured in taxes, in tribute, in prayers. It moved from south to north like a thread stitching the empire together. The harvest, when it came, determined more than hunger. It shaped diplomacy, dictated military campaigns, and revealed the emperor's fortune. In the provinces, elders read the weather like scripture. In the capital, ministers read reports with a similar reverence. One poor season could stir discontent in the villages, but two in a row might rattle even the golden throne. And so, in the high rooms of the court, where the floors were waxed smooth and footsteps echoed like ghosts, rice was always on the mind. War might be planned, alliances weighed, but the grain came first. A dynasty that cannot feed its people cannot call itself divine. The rituals that guided the Jin were drawn from a blend of inheritance and invention. From the song, they borrowed ceremony, the bowing, the titles, the ancestral offerings. From their own past they brought in the cold clarity of the north, the pragmatic discipline of warriors turned rulers. The two combined into a form of governance that was as much about theatre as it was about control. When a new official was promoted, there were processions, oaths, incense burned at the right temple. When an envoy arrived from afar, his welcome was choreographed to the minute. Even silence was structured. There were moments in council where no one spoke, not out of hesitation, but because the silence itself was the message. A glance, a lowered head, the timing of a sip of tea. Power did not always shout. Sometimes it simply waited. Among the women of the inner court, knowledge moved differently. It was quieter, but no less sharp. The empress and her attendants understood that in dynasties, influence often flows through unexpected channels. A word at night, a recommendation during breakfast, a suggestion during poetry readings. These were not minor acts. They could change the fate of provinces. The women of the court, bound by roles yet moving within them like dancers in practice steps, carried wisdom passed down in hushed voices. They kept ledgers. They remembered debts. They watched the movements of generals and ministers alike. And when the empire tilted, they were the first to feel it. Not because they read reports, but because they listened to tone, to footsteps, to changes in posture. In a court ruled by form, women mastered the spaces in between. Beyond the walls of power, life pulsed in quieter rhythm. Farmers tended paddies, merchants bargained over bundles. Children played near canals where barges carried grain to the capital. It was not a golden age, not for all, but it was steady. And in history, steadiness is often the last thing before the fall. No bells warned the people, no banners changed overnight. but in the letters carried from court to province, and in the strange silences between announcements, a few had begun to notice. Something, somewhere, was preparing to break. Power is rarely still. Even when the throne appears untouched, the air around it stirs with quiet ambition. In the Jin court, that movement was not loud or sudden. It drifted like incense, curling through corridors, spoken behind fans, exchanged in glances over folded scrolls. The emperor held the seal, yes, but no ruler stands alone. Ministers, generals, scribes and kin. They all moved around him, sometimes in service, sometimes in orbit, sometimes in slow, invisible rebellion. This was not chaos. It was balance of a kind, but fragile. Behind every decree, there were hands guiding the brush. Behind every policy, there was a debt being paid. And among those who stood closest to the throne, trust was always conditional. The emperor smiled, but he measured. He nodded, but he remembered. The court was not a place for innocence. It was a place for survival, and for the skillful art of saying everything without speaking too much. The Jin had risen through clarity and strength, but now that clarity was softening. Success breeds complexity. As the years passed, new officials entered with softer hands and finer words. Many had never seen the step. They had not hunted. They had studied poetry, law, bureaucracy. The dynasty, still young, had begun to age. The emperors, no longer warriors, had become administrators, and with that shift came new games. Promotion was no longer just about merit. It became about alliances, marriage ties, favors owed from years past. At night, the palace did not sleep. Behind silk curtains, strategies were whispered, sometimes for peace, sometimes for power, but always for something more than what the eye could see. Even in stillness, the court moved. There were men who remembered the old ways, veterans of conquest, generals with maps etched into memory rather than paper. They watched this change with quiet worry. They had fought for the dynasty, not for robes and rituals, but for the dream of something better, something lasting. Now, they stood at the edge of council rooms, their voices quieter than before. Some were honored with titles, but given no real command. Others retired early, returning to estates granted in the early days of the Jin rise. And still, they wrote letters, warnings, pleas, but paper does not always cut through the noise of comfort. The emperors listened, but distantly. The court, after all, was at peace. What need was there to chase shadows of a war that was no longer coming? Yet shadows do not wait for permission. In the north, tribes moved. Small at first, scattered. But eyes in the court grew sharper. Reports arrived, vague, cautious, sometimes downplayed, but enough. The emperor summoned advisors, and the discussions returned to the old topics: defense, diplomacy, border patrols. Still, most believed the threats were distant, manageable. The empire was strong, they said. The roads were open, the granaries full. But strength, when not tested, becomes theory, and theories do not hold walls. Behind closed doors, decisions were postponed. Some were made in fear, others in pride, but few were made with clarity. And outside those doors, servants carried tea, unaware that empires can crack from within long before they're struck from without. Among the palace eunuchs, who heard everything and spoke little, the change was clear. They remembered which halls used to echo with confident steps, and which now felt hollow. They lit the lamps, they closed the doors, and in their silence they understood something deeper than words. The throne still stood, but the foundation beneath it had begun to drift. There was no crisis. Not yet. But the sound of stability had changed. It no longer rang. It rustled, soft, uncertain, like silk in a draught. There are moments in history when the sky changes long before the storm arrives. The color dims, but no one looks up. The air shifts, but no one names it. In the final years before the war touched the heart of the Jin, that was the sky they lived under, not yet broken, but altered. Beneath the rooftops of the capital, life continued in practiced rhythm. Bells rang in temples, poets read verses in courtyards, merchants bartered over silks brought in from the southern routes. But in the quiet moments, between tea sipped and taxes counted, something unspoken lingered. Officials turned their heads just a little more sharply when news arrived from the frontier. Messengers rode faster. Ministers hesitated before offering advice. Even the emperor, beneath his layered robes and polished calm, spoke less often of the future. It was as if everyone had felt it at once. The stillness was no longer rest. It was the space before something cracked. Far to the north, past the great rivers and the forested valleys, the Mongol tribes stirred, not yet a single force, not yet unified, but restless. Their horses grazed near borders long assumed quiet. Their scouts moved like shadows, testing paths, measuring responses. These movements were not yet war, but they were questions. And every question unasked by the Jin court became a door left open. For years, the court had handled the northern lands with a mixture of diplomacy and neglect. Tribute was accepted, treaties signed. But the deep truth of those lands, their hunger, their potential, was left largely unread. Few at court had walked that soil, fewer understood it. And so, as the clouds gathered, the capital remained warm with routine. The people, as always, felt it first, though they could not name it. In towns near the northern provinces, soldiers passed through more often. Taxes were collected with tighter hands. Markets grew cautious. Older men spoke in low voices of what had happened decades before, when the Jin themselves had risen from similar lands and overturned a dynasty that thought itself safe. History has no favorites, it remembers. And in the villages where memories were held not in books, but in scars, the shift was clear. Peace, which had once felt like stone, now felt like paper. Beautiful, but fragile, and easily torn. Inside the capital, the days remained golden on the surface. Artisans continued their work. Philosophers debated ethics beneath willows. Festivals were still held, though slightly quieter now. But even celebration felt thinner. A prince might smile, but glance at the horizon. A general might toast, but decline to speak too freely. There were rumors of court factions growing bolder, of voices rising against one another, not for reform, but for position. And in the soft war of influence, clarity was the first casualty. Who commanded which army? Who funded which road? Who held the emperor's trust? The answers, once firm, had begun to blur, and in that blur, danger waited patiently. As the chapter closes, we do not yet see war, not in the open. What we see is something quieter, and perhaps more haunting. The slow unraveling of confidence. A dynasty that once moved with certainty now shifted with caution. Every decision weighed not only by its merit, but by its risk. Every silence interpreted. Every act politicized. The Jin still held the throne. They still wore the crown. But the air around them had changed. And in that air, across plains and rivers, a whisper was forming. It carried no name yet. But soon the world would learn it. The stillness was almost over. Before a dynasty falls, it remembers. Not always aloud, not always in records, but in patterns, in choices, in the way its leaders walk through familiar halls with unfamiliar caution. For the Jin, memory was not a comfort. It was a quiet weight pressed into the seams of power. Their dynasty had been born through rebellion, through the dismantling of the Song's northern command. That victory, that reshaping of the map, came with pride, yes, but also with inheritance. The Jin had taken more than land. They had taken the burdens of empire, and those burdens carried wounds, not all of them visible. In the early days, the Jin had ruled with sharp clarity, as if to prove their right to do so. But decades passed, generations shifted, and with time, they inherited something deeper from their predecessors: the uncertainty of holding too much, too fast. The wounds of dynasty past did not belong only to the Song. The Jin now carried them too. The northern plains had never been easy to govern. Diverse, fractured, stretched thin between language, loyalty, and livelihood. The Jin had tried. They had sent governors, built roads, issued edicts in dual scripts. But understanding does not always come with policy. Many of the people in these lands, Han, Khitan, Jurchen, and others, lived beside one another, but not always with one another. Their histories were layered, their grievances older than the empire itself, and the Jin, in absorbing them, also absorbed their frictions. Rebellions flared now and then, small, regional, sometimes over grain, sometimes over dignity. The court suppressed them, often swiftly, but even when put down, such fires left behind ash, and ash remembers. Inside the court, ministers debated the same issues their Song predecessors had: how to unify such a vast land, how to speak to so many voices with one law, how to fund defense without draining the fields, and how to keep loyalty in a world where the center always feels far away. The questions were not new, but the answers became harder to find. As the Jin matured, the simplicity of conquest gave way to the complexity of rule. They had taken the cities, yes, but could they hold the people? In some regions, loyalty was deep. In others, it was performative, offered in ceremony, but withdrawn in crisis. The court knew this, not in loud confessions, but in the quiet hesitations between decisions. They sensed what the Song had learned too late: that conquest creates shape, but not always substance. In the south, the Song still held land, still claimed moral authority, still watched with patient spite. Though diminished, they nurtured the idea that the north had been stolen, not lost. They sent envoys, traded when useful, but never forgot. And among the Jin elite, the ghost of the old Song court lingered, not as a threat, but as a reminder that they too one day might be remembered not as rulers, but as a caution. The comparison was unspoken, but it haunted the palace halls. Every failure, however small, a mismanaged flood, a riot in a distant province, echoed more deeply because it mirrored the path of the dynasty they had once replaced. And so, as the Jin prepared for a future they could not yet see, they did so, while carrying a past they never truly escaped. The wounds of dynasty past are not just the scars of defeat, they are also the fears of repetition. And in the shadows of governance, in the notes passed between ministers, in the tremble of an emperor's voice when a province failed to report, those fears moved quietly, steadily, unseen by the public, but deeply known by those who understood that empires fall not only through invasion, but through remembering too late where the cracks have already begun. The winds from the steppe never stop moving. They do not ask for borders. They do not pause for ceremony. They arrive with the smell of dry grass, of distance, of hooves pressed into frozen earth. To the Jin, these winds were more than weather. they were memory. For it was from the steppe that their ancestors had once descended, fierce and unknown, shaking the song from their stone walls. But now, the Jin sat within those very walls, defending what they had once claimed. The wind still came, but now they whispered warnings. In the north, the tribe shifted, not yet in unity, not yet as one, but in rhythm. Nomadic alliances formed and dissolved like storms, each one unnoticed by itself, but together forming a pattern the court failed to read soon enough. These movements were not conquest, not yet, but they were the beginning of a tension, of hunger. And hunger, in the steppe, always finds its way south. The Great Wall marked a line not just in geography, but in mindset. To the south of it, cities hummed with markets and poetry. To the north, the land spoke in a different tone, rough, roaming, rooted in survival. The Jin, in holding both, had to bridge worlds. They had forts, yes, garrisons, watchtowers, but stone does not hold against air, and the winds carried more than cold. They carried word of a man named Temujin, a leader who listened more than he spoke, who gathered not just warriors but loyalty, whose name had not yet crossed into court records, but whose legend was beginning to spread in the voices of traders and border scouts. He was not emperor, not yet, but those who watched the horizon saw his shadow grow longer by the season. And in that lengthening shadow, the Jin should have seen themselves, not as they were now, but as they once had been. To the south, the song had built more than walls. They had built patience. Their empire, scarred from the loss of the north, had settled into a quiet strength. They focused on trade, on scholarship, on diplomacy masked as formality. While the Jin held more land, the song held more time, and they used it. Their maps were cleaner, their ministries more stable. They waited, not as a rival in open challenge, but as a reminder of what had been taken from them. And in that waiting, they watched. For all their tension, the song understood the Jin's vulnerabilities better than the Jin understood their own. Where the Jin focused outward, chasing rumors of horsemen in the north, the song focused inward, refining, repairing, remembering. Between these two pressures, the rising storm of the steppe and the steady weight of the song, the Jin stood proud, but unsure. The court spoke of strength, but its voice wavered. There were councils on defense, of course. Dispatches were sent. Troop movements were ordered, but there was little unity in vision. Some generals urged preparation. Others demanded diplomacy. Some feared the steppe. Others feared rebellion within. And in this tangle of worry, the court grew slow, not in motion, but in meaning. Decisions came, but they did not always arrive with clarity. Still, the winds came, through mountain passes, across rivers, around the edges of forts thought impregnable. They whispered to the reeds, they bent the grasses low, and in their endless movement, they carried the shape of what was coming, not yet visible, not yet named, but close. It was not war, not yet. It was only the steppe breathing, and soon the empire would have to listen. While armies waited and winds turned, inside the palace walls another battle unfolded, slower, quieter, dressed in silk and spoken through smiles. It was the game of princes, not of war, but of inheritance. In the Jin court, power did not pass cleanly. It clung to bloodlines, to alliances, to whispers behind carved doors. The emperor aged. His voice grew softer, his gaze heavier. And around him, sons and nephews and favored cousins learned the art of waiting and of maneuvering while waiting. There were no open declarations. That would have been vulgar. Instead, There were letters passed through eunuchs, poetry readings with hidden meaning, gestures during rituals that bent the order of precedence just enough to be noticed. This was politics wrapped in etiquette, and it was dangerous, not because it was loud, but because it pretended not to exist. One prince, the eldest, stood close to tradition. Quiet, dutiful, often overlooked because he did not reach too far. Another was clever, with a mind sharp enough to cut paper without unfolding it. He knew the ministers by name, their sons' names, their debts. He gave gifts not in excess, but in precision. A book to a scholar, a horse to a general, a rare medicine to an ailing courtier's wife. These were not just gestures, they were investments, and others saw this. Among the princes, friendships grew, but so did envy. Each had their own circle, scholars who praised their wit, clerks who leaked useful news, guards who owed them favors from long-forgotten kindnesses. The court became a map of allegiances so subtle that even the emperor, in his late years, began to tread lightly. The empress, too, watched. She had no armies, no seal of command, but her eyes missed little. Her role, bound by ritual, gave her little power in decree, but great power in influence. She chose who dined beside her, who was sent to tend shrines, which wives of which princes were given praise or silence. She understood that dynasties do not fall from invasion alone. They fray from within, from divided loyalties, from sons who smile in public and plot in private. She remembered, perhaps better than any of them, how the Jin had risen, not just from battle, but from unity, and how quickly that unity became fragile once the crown began to age. In the ministries, senior officials began to place quiet bets, not in coin, but in attention. Some drifted toward one prince, offering counsel over tea. Others grew distant, feigning illness when summoned to certain chambers. Promotions were paused. Dismissals came quietly, and in these movements, the court bent. The emperor saw it, but through haze. His health was not what it had been. There were days when he held court with strength, his words crisp, his authority firm. But more often now, he listened rather than spoke. He relied on those around him, and those around him began to shape the court in the image of what they wanted it to become. And so, as walls stood and borders held, for now, the true tension lived inside, in glances exchanged across banquet halls, in pauses before bowing, in the slow, careful placement of words in the emperor's ear. The princes did not raise swords, they raised eyebrows, and each small victory, a promotion granted, a favor returned, became part of the larger game. A game where no one dared to move too fast, but everyone moved, and beneath all of it, the court breathed in anticipation, not of battle, not yet, but of succession, of the moment when silence would end, and someone would have to name the future. The court of the Jin Dynasty was built on ritual. Every step, every bow, every word spoken in the great halls carried weight beyond its surface. Ceremony was not decoration. It was control, of space, of time, of thought. Ministers entered at the same hour each morning, their robes cut to length, their hands held at just the right angle. Incense drifted in measured coils. Drums marked the moment the emperor sat. And yet, beneath all this grace, fear stirred. Not of attack, not yet, but of instability. Fear walked softly here, hidden beneath layers of silk, tucked into the folds of tradition. No one spoke of it, but everyone moved with it. A single misstep in ritual. Eye paused too long, a gaze held too directly, could signal rebellion, or worse, ambition. and ambition in the palace was more feared than failure. The emperor, though revered, was now an aging figure against an increasingly uncertain backdrop. His decrees still passed, his words still echoed, but his presence had softened. Sometimes he repeated himself. Sometimes his mind wandered. When he paused during audiences, a dozen faces watched closely, not to help, but to measure. A shaky hand while lifting a ceremonial jade tablet became a matter of discussion behind closed doors. The dynasty had rules for transition, but rules rarely follow the heart of power. Instead, they follow fear. And fear, by now, had begun to creep into even the most familiar rites. A ritual that once marked loyalty now whispered of doubt. A prayer meant for blessing now echoed like a warning. Among the ministers, ceremony became both shield and weapon. To challenge a decision directly was forbidden. But to alter a ritual, to suggest a change in order or location, to request the emperor rest during an important rite, these were the moves of those who wished to shift power without appearing to do so. The outer court noticed. So did the scribes. In their journals, in brushstrokes careful and neutral, they recorded changes no one mentioned aloud. A sudden delay in the spring ceremony, a smaller escort to the ancestral shrine, the emperor's absence from the summer rite. On the surface, these were small things, but in the language of dynasty, they meant everything. Even the guards grew quieter. Their formations remained, their weapons sharp, but their glances lingered longer than usual in the direction of certain doors. They knew which chambers met more often, which visitors stayed longer than protocol allowed. They stood still, but they listened. A dynasty's strength is felt first in its routine. When that rhythm falters even slightly, those who serve it begin to hold their breath, and the breath of the Jin court had begun to shorten. No crisis had come, no prince had claimed the throne, but everyone was waiting. And waiting, in a place built on precision, creates pressure. The rituals, once grounding, had become delicate, and in delicacy, there is danger. Beyond the palace walls, the people did not know the names of the ceremonies, but they noticed too. Notices came later than before. The governor's envoys were fewer. Edicts lacked the clarity they once carried. Whispers spread in tea houses, in farm alleys, in caravan camps. Something was shifting in the capital, something no one could name, but it was felt. The Jin was still in control, but the control was brittle, and in the brittle places, history begins to stir. Not loudly, not yet, but deeply. And soon, even the folds of ceremony would not be enough to hide what was coming. In the borderlands, the language of trust is not written in ink. It is written in grain shipments that arrive on time, in patrols that pass without interference, in treaties remembered by those who signed them and those who must live beneath them. And when that trust begins to crack, the noise is not immediate. It is quiet at first, a delayed message, a missing tribute, a border village left unguarded for a night. The Jin, stretched across vast distances and divided by dialects, cultures and terrain, relied on a fragile web of loyalty to hold the seams of their empire together. Governors acted as extensions of the court, but many had never seen the capital. Soldiers in outposts answered to generals they would never meet. And in this long chain of command, the strength of the empire depended not on banners, but on belief. Belief that someone somewhere still held the center. But belief weakens when silence grows. And in the early years of unrest, silence had already begun to speak. The first signs came from the far north, not in the form of open attacks, but in refusals. Tribal leaders who had once acknowledged the Jin with quiet gestures began to delay their messages. Envoys were received with formality, but no warmth. Trade caravans were halted under vague pretenses. An injured guard, a missing permit. At first, the court dismissed these incidents as local misunderstandings. They sent new envoys, offered gifts, even adjusted boundaries slightly to avoid offense. But the borderlands did not soften. They tightened. Roads once used freely began to narrow with suspicion. The people of these regions, part Chinese, part Jurchen, part neither, lived between identities, often blending them to survive. They knew how to read the mood of power, and they felt it fading. Local commanders, caught between court expectations and shifting loyalties, began to take small measures. They fortified certain passes without orders, recruited more scouts than budgets allowed. Some wrote to the capital, urging clarity, requesting reinforcements. Others remained silent, fearing dismissal or worse. In the Jin court, these messages arrived like leaves carried by wind, disconnected, small on their own. But together, they painted a picture no one wished to name. The steppe was moving, not yet in force, not yet in unity, but with purpose. And as these movements grew more frequent, the borderlands felt the pressure first. In one province, a village that once hosted annual meetings between Jin officials and tribal elders found itself abandoned. Its meeting hall, long decorated with banners from both peoples, stood empty that year. The court was told it was due to illness, but the guards stationed nearby reported otherwise. They had seen riders, dozens at a time, passing through the hills without pause, marked by unfamiliar symbols, speaking a dialect they could not understand. These riders did not attack, they did not speak, but they moved like scouts, and scouts do not move without reason. In another region, a fortress known for its strategic position received no supply train for a month. When one finally arrived, its leader, a veteran of the Jin's early campaigns, resigned. No reason was recorded, but those who knew him said his silence held more truth than any report. He had seen something, or perhaps he had felt what many were now feeling, that the empire's grip on its borders had weakened, not from defeat, but from decay. And in the places where trust once lived, only waiting remained, waiting for an answer that never came, waiting for a fire that would no longer be put out with words. It began not with a declaration, but with a sound. Distant, dull at first, like a drum buried beneath the soil. Hooves, dozens, then hundreds, pounding across the frozen grasslands of the north. Not in parade, not in retreat, but in motion, unified, deliberate. The Jin had long feared this rhythm. In earlier times, they had used it themselves. The thunder of cavalry had once carried them to victory. But now, the sound came from beyond their reach. The Mongols had begun to move, not yet in open war, not yet beneath a single banner, but with growing unity. Temujin, a name whispered more often now than spoken aloud, had begun to weave fractured tribes into something singular. A code was forming among them, of order, of discipline, of ambition stretched across the plain, like a bowstring drawn but not yet loosed. And as they rode, they did not yet conquer. They tested, they listened, and the Jin, slow to respond, did not yet hear them clearly enough. Scouts reported horsemen appearing where no patrol had seen movement in months. They were fast, too fast for capture, yet visible enough to be seen, a deliberate choice. Like shadows cast before a storm, they signaled what was coming without saying it. Villages near the edge of the empire began to change their patterns. Markets closed early, watchfires burned longer. Some families packed small carts, not in panic, but in preparation. Those who had seen the rise of the Jin knew this pattern. The steppe never charges without warning. It circles, it learns, it waits. And the waiting had grown short. In the court, the news was received with conflicting tones. Some dismissed it, border trouble, the kind that came and went. Others, mostly older generals, understood the deeper pattern. They asked for meetings. They offered strategies. But their voices often met the polite nods of younger officials who had known only peace. Some saw opportunity in distraction. With the court's attention turning north, internal politics could unfold more freely. Others feared the opposite, that chaos outside would unmask the court's growing weakness within. Either way, the court did not move quickly. Edicts were drafted, garrisons reinforced, but the movement was reactive, not coordinated. The Jin responded to each report like a stone thrown in a pond, ripples, not strategy. In the steppe, the Mongol unity deepened. Temujin's leadership, though contested in its early days, had begun to gather the trust of rival clans. Not through flattery, but through structure, discipline, merit. He elevated men for ability, not birth. He demanded loyalty, but he also offered protection. For tribes long used to betrayal, this was something new. The Mongols were becoming something larger than the Jin had expected. Not raiders, but a force with vision. And their hooves now marked not just distance, but direction. The Jin walls, long thought secure, were never built for this kind of enemy. They stood against sieges, against armies with supply chains, formal declarations, fixed routes. But the Mongols were different. They moved like weather, untraceable until they were everywhere. The Jin still had soldiers, more than the Mongols on paper, but numbers do not march alone. And as the hooves continued, closer now, louder, the court began to hear what they had tried to ignore. The storm was no longer at the edge. It had begun to step into their world. There are cities that fall with fire, and there are cities that fall with silence. The first ones scream, the second ones whisper. In the early wave of the Mongol advance, some Jin cities did not resist with walls or blades. They resisted with memory, with hope that the empire still held. But memory is not armor, and hope, when unanswered, becomes surrender. The first cities taken did not send word because there was no time, or because those left behind feared that words would change nothing. These were not capitals, not yet. They were frontier towns, trade hubs, garrison centers, places built to receive orders, not give them. When the riders came, they came in quiet numbers. No horns, no flags, just movement. Gates that were left unguarded for a moment. Messengers who vanished, and then silence. In one such town, nestled against a bend in the river, the people had heard the stories. Riders seen near the horizon. Markets disrupted a few days prior. But the garrison commander, a loyal servant of the Jin for 3 decades, gave no orders to flee. He trusted his walls, trusted his emperor, trusted, above all, the rhythm of empire. That morning, he still made his rounds, still spoke kindly to the grain keepers, still reviewed the schedules of the watch. But when the sun dipped low, the riders appeared not at the front, but from within. The city had already been marked. Paths memorized, weaknesses noted. A handful of gates fell from within, not from pressure, but from persuasion. Fear turns keys faster than force. And by nightfall, the city was not in flames. It was simply no longer Jin. No one knew how many fell that night. There were no reports. No survivors fled to Tel Aviv. Only days later did a merchant caravan, approaching from the south, find the roads empty. The city was not razed, but it was hollow. Windows open, flags removed. The caravan turned back, and their silence became the report. Other towns followed. Some resisted, some begged, some simply opened their doors, unsure of what would come next. What unified them was not how they fell, but how quickly. In a matter of weeks, the shape of the northern frontier began to blur, and in the court, maps were adjusted with care, but without understanding. News arrived too late, or not at all. Messages were intercepted. Riders disappeared between provinces, and when answers did arrive, they came with contradictions. Some said the Mongols wanted tribute. Others said they wanted land. Still, others claimed they had no demands, only movement. The Jin court, trained in protocol, struggled to answer what had no form. They drafted letters to names that no longer ruled, sent emissaries to cities already taken. The rituals of diplomacy failed against an enemy that did not ask to be received. And the cities, now under Mongol watch, did not burn. They were not humiliated. They were simply replaced. Structures left standing. Streets left clean. Only the voices changed. And the silence that followed was not from fear. It was from confusion. The people had not been liberated, but neither had they been broken. They had been absorbed, swiftly, without drama, as if history itself had turned the page before anyone finished reading the last one. And so, the empire began to unravel not with collapse, but with uncertainty. Cities fell without report. Governors vanished without scandal. And the court, still lit by golden lamps, ruled a kingdom whose edges were dissolving like ink in water. No loud rebellion, no flaming banners, just the quiet disappearance of certainty. The first flames of conflict had not burned. They had whispered, and no one was listening. When power begins to slip, the first instinct is often to write. Words become walls, seals become shields. The Jin court, surrounded by ceremony and scrolls, turned to ink as their borders thinned. Letters were composed with care, titles correct, tones polished, phrases refined to reflect strength without arrogance, concern without fear. Emissaries were chosen for their grace, not their urgency. They rode with velvet-wrapped messages to tribal leaders, border governors, and eventually to the man whose name now passed through the empire like a low and rising drumbeat, Temujin. The court did not yet say his name aloud in council, but they wrote it, carefully, tentatively, hoping that paper could bind what steel could not. But the letters changed nothing, because the world outside the capital had already begun to move without waiting for permission. One letter, sent to a Mongol intermediary who had once pledged peace, arrived weeks too late. The intermediary was already gone, absorbed into Temujin's unifying circle. His camp, once friendly to the Jin, now carried different symbols. The envoy who delivered the letter was received with formality, offered water, allowed to speak, but his words were met with blank eyes. When he asked for response, they gave none. When he returned, he carried silence in his saddlebag, not a threat, not a reply. Only the knowledge that the letter had passed through hands that no longer saw the court as relevant. Another message, addressed to a frontier governor rumored to be withholding reports, returned unopened. The courier said the gate guards refused entry, citing local unrest. But no unrest was recorded. No disturbance had been reported. The absence itself was the message. That governor's name soon stopped appearing on any register. And still, no one in the capital spoke openly of loss. The emperor, when informed, nodded with the slow, absent focus of a man who had begun to sense that the reports he read each day reflected only the world inside his walls, not the one beyond them. Inside the ministries, scribes continued their work. The Bureau of War drafted notices of inspection. The Bureau of Rights continued its seasonal rituals. Inkwells were filled, brushes cleaned. There was no panic, only procedure. But procedure has a sound, and that sound had changed. Fewer voices in the corridors, fewer eyes meeting across the council table. Some officials requested leave to visit distant estates. Others fell suddenly ill. A few simply vanished. No accusations, no arrests, just the quiet erosion of presence. And still, the letters went out. What the Jin failed to see, or refused to see, was that the very structure they trusted, the rhythm of decree and reply, no longer held meaning outside their own gates. The Mongols did not play by the same rules. They moved faster than ink could dry. They ignored boundaries marked by maps drawn generations before. They answered not with letters but with motion. By the time a message left Zhongdu, the ground it described had already changed hands. Still, the court wrote, because that was what courts did. It gave them the feeling of action, a sense of control. Words had built the empire's legitimacy. Perhaps they believed words could preserve it. But legitimacy is only powerful when it is believed. And fewer believed. The letters became like prayers, offered into silence with no expectation of return. They were composed with dignity, sent with ceremony, and received by a world that no longer needed them. And so the empire stood, writing to ghosts, drafting replies to enemies who never asked a question. The first flames of conflict had already passed through the gates, but inside the capital, pens still moved across silk paper, writing not to change the future, but to hold, for just a moment longer, the shape of a past that was already gone. The sound of steel does not always come with battle cries. Sometimes it moves quietly, slicing not through bodies, but through the fabric of certainty. When the Mongols began their deeper incursions into Jin territory, they did so with the discipline of a blade, sharp, direct, without ornament. There were no grand declarations, no banners unfurled in ceremony, only movement and the sudden, shocking stillness that followed it. Towns that had stood for generations simply ceased to answer. Garrisons, once considered remote but secure, were found emptied or surrounded. It was not conquest in the old sense, it was erasure, the kind of campaign that left no space for negotiation. Only the heavy knowledge that something stronger now moved through the land, and as steel passed through village after village, a new silence spread, not the silence of peace, but of submission, of breath held too long. The Mongol forces under Temujin, now titled Genghis Khan, had become more than a collection of clans. They had become a system, one that did not mirror the empire it opposed, but exceeded it in adaptability. Orders moved quickly. Punishment for disorder was swift. Loyalty was rewarded not with titles, but with trust, with responsibility. Commanders led units that functioned like rivers, bending, splitting, joining again, relentless, efficient. They carried steel not just for killing but for shaping. Their tools were fear, yes, but also planning, precision, patience. When they approached a city, they had already studied its gates, its weaknesses, its supply routes. When they struck, it was not with fury, but with conclusion. the battle was over before most defenders understood it had begun. In the Jin frontier, these attacks felt like wind-shifting directions without warning. One town stood firm and was left untouched. Another, larger and better fortified, fell in hours. Patterns were hard to trace, but there was method behind it. A mapping of resistance, a testing of defenses, a message carved not in proclamation, but in absence. In one region, 3 villages fell in sequence, each within days of the last. No survivors fled, only the smoke of extinguished cooking fires, the prints of hooves in soft mud, the broken rhythm of a place that had once been whole. When a Jin scout returned with this news, he did not speak it aloud. He simply placed his sword on the table before the provincial commander and left. Some truths by then required no explanation. In the capital, the reports that did arrive were edited before they reached the emperor. Not always by malice, but by habit. No minister wished to be the one who admitted how much had already been lost. And so, losses were renamed. Defeats became temporary displacements. Destruction was softened into restructuring. There were still maps on the wall, still officials pointing to cities with their scrolls. But behind their voices, doubt seeped through. Even the most loyal advisors had begun to wonder, not if the empire would endure, but how long it could pretend to. And yet, the streets of Zhongdu remained calm. Merchants sold their wares. Scholars debated in gardens. Rituals continued, but the calm was brittle. Beneath it, fear had begun to take root. It spread through households, through whispers between servants, through the hesitant glances of guards at the palace gates. Everyone could feel it. Something was coming, or had already arrived. And in that stillness, as steel continued to carve its path deeper into the north, silence became more powerful than speech, because the words that once commanded armies now meant little, and the steel outside no longer waited to be spoken to. The Yellow River had always been more than water. It was memory, a ribbon of time and trade, of migration and myth, flowing through the heart of empires like a quiet spine. To the Jin, it marked both a border and a bond, the edge of safe ground, the artery of grain, the silent witness to every rise and fall. But now it carried something else, not banners, not boats, but shadows, movement along its banks that could not be tracked in reports, that slipped past patrols, that pressed against the edges of the empire like fingers against old paper. The Mongols had not yet crossed in full, but their presence reached it. Riders seen at a distance, camps appearing and then vanishing before dawn. The river was not breached, but it had been touched, and the empire felt it. Along the northern stretches of the Yellow River, towns began to change without orders. Markets closed earlier, patrols doubled. Travelers were questioned more sternly. People who once saw the river as safety now watched it as if it might turn against them. Ferrymen rowed faster. Fishermen returned their nets half full. Soldiers posted on the banks no longer looked outward with confidence, but downward, as if hoping the current might carry their worry away. No siege had come. No battles had been fought, but fear had arrived just the same, not from what had happened, but from what had not yet. The court had always relied on the river as a boundary. It divided their heartland from the frontier. It slowed enemies. It sustained cities. But now, that belief began to fracture, because what approached from the north did not fear water. The Mongols moved with a rhythm older than maps. They watched the river not as a limit, but as a lesson. How to wait, how to flow, how to find the shallows where horses could pass. And the Jin, rooted in stone and ceremony, struggled to adapt to that kind of movement. Their armies were stationed in place. Their supply lines were fixed. Their assumptions were inherited, not questioned. And so, while they stood still, the shadows kept moving. One provincial commander, stationed near a key crossing, ordered his men to build temporary barriers along the bank, not to stop an invasion, but to mark that he had done something. Logs were driven into the mud, watch platforms built. But the soldiers knew the truth. Wood would not hold, not against riders who travelled with their own wind. And so they stood there day after day, eyes on the northern bend, waiting for a sign that might never come, fearing it more because of that. The commander himself stopped sleeping. He paced the camp each night, not because he expected attack, but because he could not explain why it had not yet come. In the capital, these distant movements were spoken of in soft tones. The Yellow River still appeared solid on the maps. Ministers nodded when it was mentioned, a natural defense, a blessed line. But even they had begun to avoid placing their hands too close to its curve on the parchment, as if its ink might smudge, as if to touch it would admit that it no longer protected what it once did. The emperor was told the river held, that garrisons were ready, that no crossings had occurred. And in a technical sense, all of this was true, but in spirit, it was not, because the Yellow River had already changed. It had become a mirror, and what it reflected now was not the empire's strength, but its hesitation. They wore armor still, though it no longer shone. The generals of the Jin court were men born in another time, when the empire was younger, when victory still felt clean, when campaigns ended in parades rather than silence. Now they stood in halls filled with polished wood and echoing ceremony, their hands rough from decades of sword grip, their eyes lined with the weight of years that had not brought peace, only delay. These were not men who feared battle. They feared being ignored. Orders arrived late, supplies slower. Reports, when they came, were vague or manipulated. The court no longer listened with urgency, and so the generals, once loud with command, had learned to lower their voices, not from doubt, but from exhaustion. They knew what was coming. They had seen this rhythm before, long ago, when the Jin themselves had pushed aside another empire, and they recognized in the movements of the Mongols something they could not name, but could feel in the marrow: inevitability. In council meetings, they were consulted with formality. Their titles were respected, their opinions heard, but rarely followed. Ministers spoke of balance sheets, of troop counts, of terrain, and the generals sat through it, nodding, waiting for a chance to say what mattered. That war was not coming. It had already begun. That maps did not hold meaning unless men were willing to die for the lines they drew. That speed, not size, would decide the future. Some generals said it plainly, others only hinted. A few stopped speaking altogether, not out of protest, but because they understood the silence meant more than their words ever would. The court wanted reassurance. The generals had none left to give. In the provinces, some commanders began to act without permission. Small things at first: redirecting scouts, stockpiling grain, reinforcing river crossings. These were not disobedient acts. They were protective ones. Gestures of men who had grown tired of waiting for clarity. Among them, there were still arguments. Some believed the court would awaken soon, act decisively. Others believed it already too late. But all agreed on one thing: the next wave would not be like the last. The Mongols did not seek negotiation. They did not follow patterns familiar to the Jin. They struck and vanished, tested and withdrew, then returned stronger. It was not conquest for conquest's sake. It was construction of a new order. And the generals, tired as they were, understood what it meant to face an army that built as it moved. One general, once famed for his victories in the West, now spent his days on horseback in silence, patrolling the edge of his own command. He no longer believed in messages. He believed in eyes. His men followed him not because they were ordered to, but because he had bled beside them. In private, he kept a journal, not for posterity, but for clarity. In it, he wrote of clouds, of dust, of the sound of wind against his armor, of dreams where he stood on a plain with no end, and every horizon held movement. He never sent the journal to court. He knew it would not be read. Back in Zhongdu, the emperor was told the generals were steady, that they prepared with discipline, that their loyalty remained firm. And in some ways, all of this was true. The generals had not turned against the throne, but they had turned inward, toward themselves, toward their men, toward the lands they could still protect, even if the rest fell. Their eyes no longer searched for victory. They searched for time, for a place to stand that would not fall beneath them. And they waited, not for orders, but for the silence to break. There was a town once, not large, but placed like a hinge between provinces. The Mongols came for it as they did with others, swift and unannounced. But this time, the Jin were ready. A garrison had been stationed there weeks earlier, reinforced beyond its usual strength. Scouts had reported movement. A general, still young by comparison to his elders, but already worn by years of frontier command, insisted on holding the town, not because of its wealth, but because of what it represented, a message that the Jin could still resist, still win. And when the Mongols arrived, they did not find surprise or disorder. They found walls lined with archers, gates braced with timber, soldiers alert and waiting. The attack was sharp, the defenders sharper. The battle lasted 3 days, and when it ended, the Mongols withdrew, leaving behind only silence and the scent of burning wood. It was a victory, but no one cheered. By the time the last arrow fell, half the town had burned. Entire quarters were flattened. Civilians had taken shelter in temples that collapsed under stray fire. The garrison, though technically triumphant, had lost nearly 2/3 of its men. The general survived, but with wounds he would never speak of. When reinforcements arrived days later, they found the banners still flying, but the streets empty. Bodies had been buried quickly, without name. The well had been poisoned, the grain stores torched by retreating attackers. And though the town still belonged to the Jin, it no longer functioned. It had been defended to the point of ruin. The general sent a message to court, not a report, but a confession. He wrote that victory had come, that the town had not fallen, but he added a line that chilled even the most seasoned minister. We held the wall, but lost the ground. It was not treason, it was truth, and the court, for all its distance, could not ignore it. A debate followed. Some praised the general's resolve, others questioned the cost, but no one dared ask what it meant in the long term, because the truth behind the message was larger than the battle. It suggested that the rules had changed, that the price of holding even one place had become too steep, and if that was true, then the whole map had to be reconsidered. In the following weeks, other towns began to plead for support. Some feared they would be asked to make the same sacrifice, that they would be held as symbols, not as cities, that their survival would be measured in banners, not in lives. Rumors spread of commanders refusing orders, of villages evacuating before a single rider had been seen. The Jin had not collapsed, but fear had changed shape. It was no longer the fear of defeat. It was the fear of a victory that left nothing standing. In Zhongdu, the emperor was informed of the town's survival. A small ceremony was held. Incense burned. A dispatch of thanks was prepared for the surviving general. But there was no public announcement, no celebration. It was as if the court, in its silence, admitted that something sacred had shifted. Victory was supposed to mean restoration, a flag raised, a people protected. But now it meant delay, a breath bought at the price of exhaustion. The empire had won a battle, but in doing so, it had revealed its own fragility, and the Mongols, watching from the edge, understood that better than anyone. They had not needed the town. They had only needed to see how much the Jin would give to keep it, and the answer, now etched in ash and silence, was far too much. The north was no longer a region. It had become a condition. Entire provinces that once held markets, temples, families and schools were now reduced to charred fields and hollowed roads. What remained were husks of cities, walls that stood without purpose, wind that carried no news but dust. The Mongol campaign did not linger. It passed through like flame, fast, unrelenting, and efficient. And in its wake, the land could not remember its shape. Villages blurred into ash. Rivers ran black with the soot of what had once been bridges and homes. Even birds flew wider arcs to avoid the scent. The Jin no longer controlled the north in truth, only in name. They still spoke of those places in court as if they were whole. But the messengers had stopped coming, and those who did return spoke more of silence than of survival. In the south, life continued. But it was not untouched. It was suspended, as if time had softened to allow grief to arrive more gently. The rice still grew. The bells still rang in monasteries. But beneath every ritual, there was a sense of listening, of waiting for the news that had not yet reached them, but surely would. The South remembered the North as it had been, proud, cold, powerful. It remembered the early days of the Jin, when the dynasty rode down from the forest to claim their place among emperors. Those memories held weight now. They floated in songs, in elders' stories, in letters copied by trembling hands. And each time someone spoke of the North in past tense, they looked to the horizon, unsure if they were mourning or simply acknowledging change. Refugees came quietly, not in waves, but in threads. Families broken into pieces, survivors who carried nothing but names. They arrived with no banners, no demands, only silence and soot clinging to their clothes. The southern towns tried to take them in, but there were too many. Temples opened their doors. Farmers shared their harvest, but even kindness could not undo what had already been lost. And among the newcomers, there was no anger, only distance. They had seen too much to argue. Their eyes no longer searched for justice, only for places to rest. In Zhongdu, the ministers still met beneath lacquered ceilings. They still bowed, still held scrolls that named prefectures, which no longer sent tribute. The empire remained, as structure, as habit, as hope. But the emperor, though he still wore the robe and seal, had begun to ask fewer questions. His court no longer spoke of expansion, only preservation, and even that had grown abstract. What they hoped to preserve could not be defined. Territory, authority, memory. The dynasty had not fallen, not yet, but it had receded, not outward, but inward. It had begun to exist more in the words of its people than in the reach of its power. Some southern officials urged retreat. Others called for alliance, even quietly, with the Song, their old rival. But every option came too late, or moved too slowly. The Jin's greatest strength had once been its discipline, but discipline without vision becomes paralysis. And as the north burned, the south remembered the pride of conquest, the certainty of rule, the sound of drums that once announced victory across mountain passes. Now there were no drums, only quiet, a quiet so vast it filled the space where the empire used to stand. The world had not ended, not yet, but it had changed its shape, and for the Jin, that change came not as a single blow, but as a slow unmaking. The north turned to ash, the south turned to memory, and between them, the dynasty stood, not as ruler, but as echo. The distance between a peasant's field and the emperor's throne had always been vast, but now it had become unbridgeable. In the countryside, where the wind moved through broken stalks and the soil no longer remembered its rhythm, the peasants labored not for prosperity, but for survival. The taxes still came. The officials still arrived, demanding grain for the army, timber for defense, copper coins for stability. But there was no army left in some places, no defense. Only men with clipboards who recited decrees as though the field still listened. The farmers bowed out of habit, not respect. Their backs were bent not by loyalty, but by burden. And in their silence, a truth settled like dust in their lungs, that they were giving everything to something that no longer saw them. In the capital, gold still shone, not as extravagance, but as symbol. The emperor sat beneath canopies embroidered with dragons. His meals arrived in rhythm, carved in delicate bowls, served with ceremony. The palace remained orderly, its courtyard swept, its water mirrors undisturbed. To the outsider, the empire still appeared whole, but wealth, in those days, had become echo. The gold was no longer the promise of a flourishing realm. It was a preservation of image, a mask held in place long after the face behind it had aged. Even the emperor, beneath his layered robes and calculated gestures, understood. He no longer asked how much grain had come from the north. He asked how long the stores would last. Some ministers argued for austerity, close the festivals, suspend renovations, melt down statues to fund defenses. But tradition held tight in the court. To scale down the rituals was to admit the scale of loss. And so the rituals continued, even as fewer provinces paid tribute, even as caravans grew rarer, even as the road south saw more refugees than goods. Gold, they reasoned, must still gleam. If not for the empire's power, then for its memory. If not to inspire, then at least to delay despair. But gold does not feed hunger, and it does not mend roads or clothe children whose homes had burned. And so, as the empire polished its ornaments, the peasants buried their dead in unmarked soil. In some villages, grain was hidden beneath floorboards, not out of greed, but out of fear, that the next wave of collectors would take everything, leaving nothing for winter. There were no protests, no uprisings, just a quiet refusal to be seen. In fields once bright with harvest, only shadows moved. Children grew thin, elders stopped singing, and still the tax came, not because it could be paid, but because it had always come. The system marched forward, even as its foundation dissolved. A few officials saw the fracture clearly. One wrote in his private diary that the body of the empire grows gaunt, but the mask remains painted. Another, sent to assess relief efforts, returned without speaking. He requested reassignment the next day, but the court had no time for subtlety. It moved through protocols, as if motion could create meaning, as if performing stability could preserve it. And in this widening space, between the gold that shimmered in imperial halls and the dust that clung to the faces of farmers. The empire drifted. No orders were given to abandon the people, but abandonment does not require decree. It happens when the noise of ceremony becomes louder than the cry for help. It happens when gold outlasts bread. And so the empire did not fall all at once. It began to forget, not just its enemies, but its own reflection in the fields. And in forgetting, it began to vanish. Luoyang had been a city of dynasties, where emperors once walked among willow-lined canals and poets carved verse into the rhythm of lantern light. It had seen fire before and famine, and the weight of crowns passed from trembling hand to trembling hand. But always it had risen again, rebranded, rebuilt, reborn. To lose Luoyang was not merely to lose a place. It was to lose a story, a symbol, a thread that stretched through time to remind the present of its origin. And when the Mongols came, they did not come with reverence. They came with precision. The fall of Luoyang was not an accident, nor an afterthought. It was deliberate, not to break the city's walls, but to dim its meaning. The city had prepared in the way that cities under uncertain threat always do, with plans drawn up too late, with supplies gathered in haste, with speeches made to hearts already uncertain. The governor was capable, but stretched thin. Reinforcements had been promised, but never arrived. The river swelled with refugees weeks before the attack, and the mood shifted from hope to inevitability. Traders abandoned their stalls, students stopped writing, priests shortened their prayers. The sky darkened not with smoke but with silence. It was the kind of quiet that does not precede peace, but surrender. The Mongols approached without fanfare, no siege engines, no drawn-out encampment. They moved like they always did, fast, coordinated, unhesitating. The city's outer defenses crumbled not from weakness, but from the sheer force of decision. Gates meant to delay were bypassed. Walls meant to defend were scaled with eerie ease. And inside the city, confusion overtook resistance. Commanders shouted orders that echoed through empty alleys. Fires sparked not from enemy flame, but from retreating troops, burning granaries to keep them from falling into foreign hands. When the palace district was reached, there were no defenders left to greet it. And then, Luoyang dimmed, not in fire, not in ruin, but in spirit. Its libraries remained, though many books were taken. Its temples stood, though their bells were silenced. The city was not razed, it was absorbed. A light once held aloft by generations had been quietly covered, as if someone had placed a cloth over a lantern, not out of anger, but out of necessity. And in the ashes of the morning after, there was no mourning, only adjustment. The people adapted, because they had no other choice. The Mongols did not impose cruelty for its own sake. They demanded order, and they brought it, swiftly, unarguably. But the rhythm had changed. And in Luoyang, everyone knew it. The court, when informed, received the news with calm faces. Ministers used old language to describe a new event, a temporary occupation, a regrettable loss, an area to be stabilized. But no one truly believed the words they spoke. Luoyang was not just another city, it was a mirror. And now the mirror was cracked. The emperor did not speak of it directly. He retired early that evening. And in the corridor outside his chamber, the guards stood still, knowing they had just stepped into a different empire than the one they had stood watch over the day before. News of the fall moved slowly through the provinces. Some refused to believe it. Others knew it already, even before the words were spoken. And in every town that had once looked to Luoyang as a fixed star in the empire's sky, A question formed, unspoken but loud. If even Luoyang could fall, what could not? The light was gone now, not extinguished, just unreachable. And the empire, already flickering, had lost one more reason to believe in itself. Not all exiles flee in rags. Some wear silk. Some leave behind their cities, not as prisoners, but as symbols too delicate to break, displaced, yet still draped in dignity. As the Mongol tide pressed farther into Jin territory, the imperial court faced a choice it had long delayed, whether to remain rooted in tradition or to move with survival. When Luoyang fell, the weight of that question became unbearable. The court did not declare a retreat, it declared a relocation. The emperor would move, not as a man defeated, but as a sovereign shifting the axis of his rule. And so it was written in the edicts, a measured, temporary transition to a safer seat of governance. But everyone understood the truth. The dynasty was no longer standing where it once did. It was walking, slowly, quietly, away from its own reflection. The procession was stately, draped canopies, horses bearing lacquered trunks, servants arranging parasols over faces drained by sleepless nights. Along the roads, peasants stood in silence, unsure whether to bow or watch. For many, it was the first time they had seen a ruler pass so close, not in victory, but in withdrawal. The emperor's eyes remained forward, his face unreadable, his robes flawless. But robes cannot shield a man from the feeling that he is no longer leading an empire, only following it. Around him, ministers whispered through parted fans. Some discussed logistics, others legacy. One or two perhaps contemplated escape. The dynasty had not died, but it had been reduced to motion, to a court without walls, a throne without weight. In the southern halls, prepared in haste, the rituals resumed. Incense burned, the calendar was followed, audiences were held, but everything felt borrowed, the architecture, the air, the echoes. The emperor sat in a room built for another man, in a province that had once barely mattered. The walls here knew different stories, and now they listened in silence to a dynasty trying to remember itself. Officials spoke of rebuilding, of recapturing, of resilience, but their voices trembled at the edges, because while the silk still rustled and the banners still fluttered, the sense of permanence was gone. Power had become performance. Among the imperial family, grief took subtler forms. The empress no longer hosted poetry readings. The younger princes, once schooled in governance, now sat idle, their lessons interrupted by the sound of doors being barred. The concubines walked the garden paths in silence, no longer watched, no longer watching. Even the music at evening meals grew slower, unsure whether it was meant to soothe or to mask the quiet that followed every sentence. This was not exile in chains. This was exile in beauty, where the body remained adorned, but the soul had stepped away. And still, the orders came. Soldiers were moved, grain requisitioned, messages dispatched. The court operated, as it had always done, by habit, but it no longer believed in its own center, and that disbelief bled outward. Provincial leaders stopped waiting for instruction. Local magistrates prepared their own defenses. Loyalty, once demanded by name, now had to be bargained, and the emperor, sitting each morning beneath a painted screen that did not depict his ancestors, realized he had become something smaller than a ruler. He had become a reminder of what once was, of what might have been, of an empire dressed in silk, moving south as his name burned north. In exile, the Jin still called themselves whole, still sent ambassadors, still carved history into scrolls, but the silence around them had changed. It no longer listened, it watched. And as the court performed its ceremonies beneath unfamiliar skies, the world moved on slowly, without waiting. There are wars fought with arrows and steel, and then there are wars that never leave the palace walls. As the Jin court moved southward, displaced but not yet dismantled, a quieter conflict began to unfold, one that did not make maps, but unmade loyalties. It was the war at home, not between nations, but between visions, between those who believed the dynasty could still be saved through force, and those who believed it could only be preserved through surrender. And between them, a third group emerged, men and women who no longer believed in anything, but acted anyway. What had once been one empire was now many, folded into layers of uncertainty, whispering across the same rooms in different languages of fear. At the center sat the emperor, not dethroned, but slowly surrounded. Each day, decisions were brought to him on scrolls. Names he recognized, titles he had approved, but the decisions beneath them felt distant, blurred. Ministries began to bend inward. The Bureau of War expanded its reach, issuing orders without consulting the traditional council. The treasury hesitated in dispersing funds, citing exceptional circumstances. The eunuchs grew bolder in their influence, passing messages that bypassed official channels. And the emperor, though still dressed in the weight of ritual, found himself watching rather than guiding. He knew he still ruled, but no longer ruled alone. Among the princes and high ministers, alliances shifted, not through open confrontation, but through dinner invitations declined, letters left unanswered, glances that lingered too long. Some lobbied for one course of action, to open negotiations with the Mongols, to offer land in exchange for time. Others demanded resistance, even if it meant burning every road behind them. Each claimed loyalty. Each carried their version of the dynasty's survival. But beneath the words, personal stakes glimmered. Titles, legacy, revenge for past exclusions. And in this widening gap between purpose and ambition, policy fractured. Even the generals, once unified in discipline, began to splinter. Some remained loyal to the emperor's orders, however delayed or diluted. Others began to consult directly with ministers, bypassing traditional command structures. A few, stationed far enough from the capital to act without consequence, began making their own treaties with local powers, promising peace in exchange for grain, protection in return for silence. These were not declarations of independence. They were signs of fatigue, of men who had seen too many promises unravel, of an empire no longer held by a single thread, but fraying across 100 seams. And through all of this, the people watched, not as rebels, not yet, but as witnesses to something they could not name. In towns and villages, rumors traveled faster than messengers, that the emperor had been poisoned, that a new capital would be chosen, that one of the princes had fled to the Mongols. None of it confirmed, but none of it dismissed either. Because in a world where silence carried more truth than proclamation, rumor became a kind of scripture. Inside the palace, courtiers still bowed, lamps still burned through the night, the registry of appointments still circulated. But behind every routine, there was a question. Who still serves the throne? And who only wears its shadow? The empire had not split on parchment, but it had split in the heart. 1,000 decisions made in isolation now formed a new reality, one in which the court, the military, the ministries, and the provinces each followed the dynasty in name, but not in direction. It was still called the Jin, but it was no longer one empire. It had become many, all pretending to be the same, And that pretense, that quiet civil war of illusion, would soon cost more than any battle ever could. Dynasties do not fall from the outside first. They fall inward, where names carry too much weight and ambition outgrows patience. In the shadow of the retreating Jin court, the sons of the empire, princes born into silk, schooled in strategy and shaped by fear, began to act not as heirs, but as rivals. They were not rebels in the traditional sense. They bowed when expected. They recited the rites. They offered loyalty with smooth words and folded hands. But behind closed doors, they wrote their intentions in the only language that held power when words lost meaning, in blood and in silence. The court, already weakened, became a place of subtle battle, not between armies, but between brothers. Each prince had his own network, a tutor loyal to his childhood, a general whose promotion he had once secured, a clerk in the treasury who owed him a quiet favor. These small ties became instruments. Information was traded, orders adjusted. One prince arranged for his rival's caravan to be delayed by 3 days, not long, just enough to miss a crucial council meeting. Another ensured that a tribute from the provinces arrived in his chamber first, and then was mistakenly redistributed. These were not grand acts of betrayal. They were tests, probes, movements made to see who would flinch, who would rise, who would fall silent. The emperor knew, though no one said it aloud. He saw it in the way his sons spoke around each other, never to each other, in the way a name would cause a pause, in how fewer and fewer of them stood at his side during ceremonies. Some had already sent their wives and children to distant estates for safety. Others stayed close, not out of devotion, but calculation. The old man, who had once ruled the step-born court with firm resolve, now sat beneath flickering lamplight, weighed down not only by the war beyond his walls, but the one unfolding beneath his roof. One prince, neither the eldest nor the favorite, began to move more boldly. His letters grew colder, his followers more visible. When a regional commander defected to the Mongols, it was said this prince had known in advance and let it happen, not out of treason, but strategy, to weaken a rival faction. No proof was offered, none was needed. The rumor itself was enough to draw lines deeper. Another prince, outraged by the quiet betrayal, ordered the assassination of one of his cousin's advisors. It was made to look like robbery. But in the capital, such coincidences no longer fooled anyone. And so the empire, while still speaking in the voice of unity, began to murmur in tones of vengeance. The palace halls, once filled with ceremony and controlled ritual, became corridors of suspicion. Guards changed shifts more often. Servants whispered before entering rooms. Even the court musicians played slower, uncertain whether their music masked footsteps or revealed them. Blood had not yet spilled in the open, but it was implied in every glance, every delay, every broken promise. Outside, the war with the Mongols advanced. Towns fell, roads emptied, but inside a second war grew, one of inheritance, of fear, of desperation. These sons, born into empire, now carved it apart from within, not with rebellion, but with quiet division. Each one believed he could hold what remained together, if only the others would step aside, but none would. And so, one by one, they moved, and history, which once crowned them with potential, now began to record them as the hands that loosened the throne's last grip on itself. The court had walls, but they were not made of stone. The real barriers were softer, built from silence and glances, from the spaces between what was said and what was meant. In the shifting heart of the Jin Dynasty, where authority no longer moved cleanly from the throne to the provinces, these invisible walls thickened. Ministers who once met face to face now sent messages through intermediaries. Meetings were shorter. Councils ended without decisions. And every conversation seemed to carry two meanings, one for the record and one for the air between them. No decree was safe from suspicion, no alliance free of calculation. The empire still functioned, but its voice had changed. It no longer spoke. It murmured. There was no formal split, no declaration that named one faction against another. That was not how court wars worked. They moved like water beneath ice, slow, steady, impossible to trace until the surface cracked. The emperor, watching from his guarded chamber, felt it. He watched men who once laughed together now avoid each other's eyes. He watched plans made, then undone. Promises whispered, then disavowed. He was not blind, but he had grown cautious. And caution, at that hour of history, was a kind of isolation. Within the ministries, loyalties no longer followed rank. A low scribe might be more powerful than a minister, depending on who read his reports. A clerk's suggestion could shift a prince's mood more than an edict. The bureaucracy, once rigid and clear, had melted into a web. To move too quickly in one direction was to be noticed, and to be noticed was to be marked. So they hesitated. They circled. They chose neutrality, which in those days was simply fear wrapped in diplomacy. The empire's administrators, once praised for their efficiency, now measured every word, every step, against the risk of choosing the wrong side in a war no one had named. The eunuchs moved freely. They were trusted by the emperor, feared by the ministers, and indispensable to the court's machinery. They passed notes. They adjusted appointments. They observed. Not all of them acted with malice. Many believed they were preserving what could still be preserved. But power given to shadows cannot help but grow into shape. And the eunuchs, walking unseen between princes and scribes, became arbiters of survival. A whispered favor, a gesture of warning, a recommendation that never made it to paper. These were the tools of an empire that no longer spoke directly. The women of the inner palace knew the walls best, not because they built them, but because they lived within them. The empress, cloaked in ritual, watched as her sons grew into strangers. The concubines listened from behind silk screens as their names were used as tokens in political trades. Even the servant girls, sweeping the same stones each morning, began to walk more quietly, more deliberately. In such a place, knowledge was more dangerous than ignorance. And so, the women learned to know everything and show nothing. Outside, the empire burned. Towns fell. Fields went barren. The Mongols advanced like wind carving new land. But inside, behind brocade curtains and perfume corridors, the Jin court held itself together through habit. No wall had fallen, but the unseen ones had grown so tall that no one truly saw each other anymore. Only roles, only risks, and within those walls, history shifted, not in battle, but in breath, quietly, unnoticed, until it was too late to speak plainly again. In the mornings, tea was still served. The trays were carried with practiced grace, the bowls warmed before pouring, the steam rising as it always had. But now, even the tea shook, not visibly, not with force, but with the trembling that comes when a hand remembers the sound of distant hooves. In the court, ritual continued because it had to, because the motion of lifting a cup, of sipping with restraint, of nodding in response, was the last thread tying the present to the empire's former shape. But those threads had frayed. Every tea bowl in the palace had become a mirror, not of the drinker, but of the storm gathering just beyond the gate. Ministers gathered in small groups, speaking softly between sips, each word wrapped in politeness but sharpened with suspicion. Tea was not comfort anymore. It was calculation, the choice of blend, the time it was served, who poured and who was present. All of it carried weight. A minister served first might be in favor. A seat left empty could mean exile. Conversations rarely touched the war directly. Instead, they circled it. Trade routes disrupted, grain levies short, couriers overdue. But everyone heard the war in the silence between these details. It was there, pressing against porcelain, waiting to spill. Even the emperor's tea changed. Once chosen for fragrance, now selected for calm. A subtle effort by his attendants to quiet his breath, to steady the tremor that sometimes caught in his fingertips. He drank slowly, less often. When he held the bowl, he no longer looked at those before him, but into the tea itself, as if it might offer answers he no longer trusted from men. He had ruled over victories. He had held ceremonies beneath banners that stretched across 3 provinces. But now, his mornings began not with hope, but with heat rising from a bowl he could not finish. In the kitchens, the servants whispered. Supplies grew thin. A shipment of highland leaves had not arrived. The official explanation was weather, but the staff knew better. They brewed with what remained, masking shortages with cinnamon, with mint, with anything to keep the illusion intact. One girl, no older than 15, asked her mother in the laundry hall why they served tea when the soldiers hadn't eaten. Her mother did not answer. She only dipped the cloth deeper into the water, her eyes fixed on a stain that would not lift. Outside the palace, tea was rarer still. In villages, it had become ceremony again, not daily, but sacred. A way to remember quieter mornings before the fields grew quiet with fear, before caravans stopped coming. In some homes, the last of the dried leaves were steeped for funerals. In others, they were crushed and mixed with ash to stretch the memory. Tea, once a sign of empire, had become its shadow, still recognizable but thinned by distance. And yet, they drank. Not because they believed in the empire, but because they remembered it, because to hold something warm, something familiar, even for a moment, was to resist the unraveling. In a court ruled now more by silence than law, the tea bowl became a final gesture of continuity. The weight in the hand, the warmth on the lip, the pause before swallowing. In those seconds, something ancient remained. But even tea cannot stop a dynasty from falling. The bowls would break, the leaves would run out, the hands that served would flee or fall, and the silence that followed would be louder than any battle cry. For in the end, it would not be a sword that ended the Jin. It would be the echo of a bowl, tipped just enough to spill, with no one left to catch it. The battles did not come every day. There were stretches of time where no arrows flew, where no towns burned, where no cries rose above the wind. But those silences were not peace. They were pauses, the kind that stretch too long and make even the birds stop singing. In the spaces between campaigns, between the fall of one city and the encirclement of another, the land did not rest. It remembered. The fields that once rippled with grain now stood stiff with ash. Rows of stalks broken at the knee. Paths once worn smooth by carts now churned by hooves and wheels, and then forgotten. When spring arrived, it brought green, but only at the edges. The heart of the countryside had stopped blooming, and in place of harvests, it grew ghosts. Farmers returned to what remained, not to rebuild, but to bury. They came with shovels and silence. Fathers who found their sons' tools still leaning against fences. Mothers who touched walls that no longer stood. The soil had been turned not by ploughs, but by blood. Nothing grew there now without remembering what had been lost. And so they dug, not for crops, but for memory. Not to plant, but to make room for mourning. Each field became a ledger. Each grave a record the court would never see. The silence spread like mist. It wrapped around wells, slipped into doorways, filled the spaces where laughter had once echoed. Even the animals had grown quieter. Dogs barked less. Chickens laid fewer eggs. The air, once filled with the calls of labor and the rhythms of seasons, now carried only the soft scrape of feet against dust. Villagers gathered not to celebrate, but to wait, for news, for food, for the next deep shadow on the horizon. They had learned that battle was not the only thing to fear. What came after, the hunger, the quiet, the forgetting, could be worse. Some tried to replant. They marked their fields with string, dug furrows where they had once thrived. But the seed did not take easily. The land, disturbed too often, offered only resistance. And even when something green pushed through the soil, there was no joy, only the question, for whom? So many had left. So many had not returned. The village names remained, but the people inside them had changed. Fewer, older, thinner, quieter. They carried their grief in small motions. A bowl placed too gently on a table. A sigh before dawn. A glance at a road no longer walked. In the spaces between battles, the empire's heart did not beat. It waited. It watched itself fray. Couriers still rode, but slower. Governors still sent reports, but shorter. Supplies moved through corridors where songs had once been sung. Even the wind carried less color, and the court, far away, still made decisions. Still declared which town must be reinforced, which route secured. But those decisions arrived like echoes. They touched places that no longer had the strength to respond. The fields had once fed an empire. Now they held its memory. Each one a scar, marked not with stone, but with silence. And the people who stood upon them did not speak of war. They spoke of water, of fire, of the sound of doors broken and lives uprooted. They told no stories of heroes, only names of the missing. The land no longer asked for kings. It asked only to be left alone. And still, the silence deepened. Not out of peace, but because even grief had grown tired. The world had paused, not to breathe, but because it no longer knew what came next. The chair had been carved from elm, inlaid with black lacquer, its legs shaped like curled dragons. It sat at the edge of the council chamber, neither at the head nor the foot. A position of quiet authority, one meant not to dominate, but to remind. For years, it had belonged to a man whose voice never rose, yet carried further than any shout. He had been a minister of bridges, of river gates, of trade routes that now lay broken. His absence was not announced. He simply failed to arrive one morning, and no one asked why. They all knew, and yet the chair remained. Not out of reverence, but out of inertia. No one removed it. No one filled it. It stood as a mark of something missing, something no longer returning. And so, the council continued with that quiet gap in its circle, a symbol they refused to name. One of the younger ministers glanced at it too often. Another, older, avoided looking at it at all. Each time decisions were made, the silence from that corner seemed to echo louder than the voices still present. And it wasn't only his voice that was gone. It was the weight of his memory, the knowledge he carried like an invisible ledger of every road, every grain, route, every provincial river prone to flooding. That knowledge had not been passed on. He had meant to teach it, but war interrupts even the best intentions. And now, every decision made in his absence carried uncertainty. A pause before agreement, a question left hanging, a map rolled too tightly because no one was sure where the line should go. The emperor never asked about the chair, but once, during a lull in discussion, he looked toward it and remained still for longer than necessary. No one interrupted. When he turned away, his eyes did not return to the council. He stared instead at the incense drifting sideways across the room, as if trying to remember how it had once smelled, years ago, before the air became heavy with fear. The empty chair had reminded him not just of the man who once sat there, but of all those who would never sit again. Generals lost at the frontier, envoys who vanished mid-journey, scholars whose pens now rested in rooms buried beneath dust and silence. More chairs began to echo that emptiness. A scribe collapsed from fever. A court poet rode east and never returned. A guardsman found his uniform folded neatly one morning, with no trace of the man who had worn it. Some deaths were known, others suspected, but most were simply missing. And the court, too dignified to speak the word, vanished, adapted by omission. Titles remained on rosters. Rooms remained assigned, but they were not used. Even the ceremonies began to adjust. Fewer names called, fewer steps in the ritual dance, fewer eyes to meet across the lacquered floor. The council continued because it had to. Decrees were issued, grain shipments organized, defenses discussed, but every word now sounded like it was spoken from the bottom of a well, too far to echo properly, too soft to truly matter. And always, the empty chair remained, never covered, never moved, never acknowledged. It became more than a seat. It became a measure of loss the court could not count and would not confront. Not while the walls still stood, not while there was paper to write on and seals to press. And in that unspoken grief, the empire shifted again, not through fire or betrayal, but through absence, the kind of absence that accumulates quietly until it weighs more than all the voices left behind. The bells had once ruled the rhythm of the capital. At dawn, they called servants from their quarters, lit stoves in kitchens, opened gates to couriers and clerks. At midday, they echoed through marble halls to mark court assembly, each chime drawing silken robes and polished shoes to their appointed posts. And at dusk, they sang softly, reminding the city to quiet its breath before the lamps were lit. But now, their sound was fractured. Some bells rang too late, some did not ring at all. One, cracked along its base, gave off a dull, metallic thud that left the courtyard more silent than if it had remained still. The city had not stopped, but it had lost its measure. And when time slips out of tune, people notice, not with revolt, but with resignation. The bell tower was tall, built in an age when the empire had no fear of height. It had been maintained for centuries, its steps worn smooth by generations of keepers. But even keepers grow tired. The man who now tended the tower walked more slowly. He still struck the bell each morning, but his hand paused before the pull. Not from forgetfulness, from doubt. What time was he marking? What empire was he ringing for? The streets below did not move as they once had. Fewer carts, fewer lanterns, more watchful eyes peering through shutters. And in the silence between chimes, the capital felt larger, not in size, but in emptiness. Ministers no longer arrived on schedule. Some delayed, claiming illness. Others arrived too early, avoiding the gaze of rivals. The bells, which had once coordinated the life of the court, now revealed its unraveling. One noblewoman remarked to her handmaid that the dust bell seemed thinner, as if mourning its own sound. The handmaid said nothing, but later she sat alone and wept, not for the bell, but for the way her father used to turn his face toward its ring every evening and say, "We are still part of something." Now he no longer said it, and the bell no longer rang clearly. In Zhongdu, the capital still carried its name, but no longer its purpose. Messages from the court grew fewer. Decisions made elsewhere were relayed with little ceremony. The great halls remained open, but the echo of footsteps lasted too long. The shops around the outer gates opened less often. Blacksmiths hammered less. Tailors folded their finest cloth in silence, waiting for a demand that never returned. And in the temples, monks struck their own bells, not in competition, but in quiet defiance. A reminder that while the palace bent, prayer still rose. A young boy in the Western Quarter asked his mother why the noon bell no longer sounded the same. She told him the wind had changed. But later that night, when she heard the broken bell's hollow call echo across the rooftops, she closed her eyes and understood that the wind had nothing to do with it. The sound was different because the hands that rang it no longer believed in the hour they marked. The empire had not ended, but it no longer rang true. And in that distortion, in the way sound stumbled across the roofs of the capital, a message was carried, not by decree, not by envoy, but by tone. The kind of tone that tells a people that something has shifted, even if no one will name it. And so the bells rang on, cracked, hesitant, sometimes late, sometimes wrong, but always heard. Because even when power forgets how to speak, its echoes still reach the corners where memory lives. For a moment, the world seemed still. No messengers arrived breathless with news of towns lost. No fires lit the horizon. No new edicts came from the court. The Mongols had not advanced in weeks. Their banners had not appeared near the rivers. And in this hush, the empire exhaled. But it was not peace. It was the weight of something held in the air, like a breath drawn in before a scream. The streets of the southern cities grew quiet, not with celebration, but with waiting. Markets reopened in fragments, shrines filled with whispered offerings. A man lit incense for the first time in months, not out of hope, but out of habit. The pause was not a gift, it was a warning. In the provinces, soldiers stood at half readiness, weapons sharpened but unused. Camps held their shape, but the men inside began to sleep more restlessly. A commander inspected his men and found their armor polished, but their eyes distant. He knew the look. It was not relief. It was the slow unraveling that comes when danger does not arrive on time. The mind prepares for fire, then receives silence. And in that silence, it begins to question its own purpose. What is a soldier when no one comes? What is an army when its orders grow faint? The emperor received word that nothing had changed. No new towns taken, no commanders killed, no messengers missing. He nodded at the news, but did not smile. He had lived long enough to know that peace did not move like this. True peace brought movement, rebuilding, speaking, laughter that reached the walls of the court. This was not that. This was the stillness before collapse. A curtain drawn across a stage that still burned behind it. In the court, the ministers found themselves repeating discussions. Should we fortify the rivers? Should we negotiate again? Should we send scouts westward? Every suggestion met with a hesitant agreement, then fell quiet. The records began to show fewer decisions. Meetings shortened. Some officials left early, citing distant obligations. One minister, whose voice had once guided trade policy for 3 reigns, simply stopped attending. No explanation. Just a name left off the roll call, like a lamp that had run out of oil and would not be relit. The people, too, recognized the silence. They felt it in the way horses hesitated near old roads, in the way children played without laughter, in the way travelers walked quickly at dusk, even though no danger had been seen in days. One widow left a bowl of rice at her doorstep every night. For the ones who are coming, she said. When asked who, she only shook her head and closed the door. The Mongols did not need to fight to win. Sometimes the withholding of attack did more. It unraveled readiness. It dulled memory. It made the empire forget how to defend itself without being asked to. A pause was not absence, it was pressure. And the Mongols understood that better than their enemies. They knew when to move. They knew when to wait. And now they waited. Not because they were weak, but because they had already pressed the blade deep enough to let time do the rest. And so the Jin existed in this fragile space, not defeated, not victorious, simply suspended. The Uita court walked its corridors. The emperor received his tea. The fields began to green, but everything was watched through a veil. No one trusted the pause. No one believed the silence, because silence, once it lasts too long, begins to echo louder than war. And everyone, even the emperor, had begun to hear it. It was written on thick paper, brushed with symbols for peace. The ink was black, the seals red, pressed with the weight of names meant to last. The treaty, drawn in a quiet hall far from the battlefield, was meant to stop the bleeding. It promised rest, borders, recognition. It bore the names of envoys on both sides, one sent from the Jin court, the other carrying the authority of Genghis Khan. For a moment, it felt like a hinge had turned, that the door to something else, not peace but survival, had opened. The court received the news with careful optimism. The emperor, when told, nodded once and closed his eyes. No bells rang, no banners waved, but a breath passed through the court like steam over porcelain, cautious, short-lived, and almost warm. The agreement came not from friendship, but exhaustion. The Jin needed time. The Mongols, having taken enough for now, were willing to wait. The treaty listed places to be spared, towns to remain untouched, tribute to be paid in exchange for distance. It was not a settlement, it was a postponement. But even postponements, when written with formality, can feel like structure. And structure, in an empire unraveling, was craved more than celebration. But paper is thin, and memory shorter than ambition. No sooner had the treaty been delivered than it began to bend. A border town, claimed by both sides, was raided in the night, not by soldiers in uniform, but by men with no banners, only torches. No one claimed responsibility. No one apologized. Another province sent less grain than promised. A tribute caravan arrived late. Accusations followed. Were the Mongols pressing the edges again? Or were local commanders ignoring orders from the capital? No one could say. The treaty had no voice. It could not protest. In Zhongdu, the ministers debated whether to reinforce the borders again. Some argued for strict adherence. Honor the agreement, hold to the letter. Others saw weakness in obedience. The enemy had paused, yes, but not because of kindness. They had paused to breathe, to sharpen. And the Jin, if they bowed too low, might never rise again. So decisions splintered. A governor in the west refused to lower his defenses. Another in the east pulled troops from a post and was reprimanded. But no action was taken. No one wanted to say it, not yet, But the treaty had already broken, not by sword, by silence. The emperor ordered a letter sent to the Mongol camp, requesting clarification. It was never answered. A second envoy was prepared, but the path was declared unsafe. Whispers said that Genghis Khan had moved again, not in attack, but in posture. That he no longer believed the treaty necessary, that he had tested the court's fear and found it intact. The Mongols had not resumed war. They had simply stopped pretending not to. The people knew before the court admitted it. In villages near the northern river, farmers hid their tools again. In cities further south, markets paused their reopening. Refugees who had begun to return to ruined homes turned around quietly, leaving behind walls that would never hold. The treaty, meant to mark a turning point, had turned nothing. It became a page stored in the archives, its corners curling before the ink had even dried. No punishment was given. No one was blamed. But in every council meeting afterward, the word treaty was spoken with less weight, as if it were a thing that had once meant something. Now it was just a moment that passed, a promise made between storms, broken not with anger, only with time. The empire had once been held together by its roads. They wound through mountain passes and along rivers, across dry plains and into valleys veiled in mist. Couriers had galloped over them carrying edicts and grain ledgers, war orders and marriage announcements. Governors rode them in lacquered carts. Monks walked them barefoot. Soldiers marched in measured lines, boots pressing rhythm into dust. The roads had been arteries, and the empire a body, breathing through distance made manageable. But now the roads led nowhere. Towns once marked by carved stones and song no longer stood. Bridges collapsed beneath their own silence. Posts meant to relay news stood empty. Travelers walked halfway, then turned around. And when they returned, they spoke not of danger, but of disappearance. The court still sent letters, but the letters came back unopened, or not at all. A governor's reply delayed 3 weeks was indistinguishable from a man already gone. An army requested by one province never arrived, not because it had failed, but because no one knew which path still led to it. The network that had once pulsed with life now fluttered like a dying flame. Roads grown over with weeds, markers stolen or crumbling, entire intersections known only to elders who now sat with eyes dimmed by grief. When the emperor asked how long a message would take to reach the Western Command, the answer was a pause. Not long, perhaps, but only if the path still existed. The Mongols did not destroy the roads. They simply ignored them. Their armies moved like wind over land long thought impassable, around walls once declared unbreachable. They traveled not by maps, but by memory, instinct, bloodlines, the shape of the land under hoof. Their victories did not depend on roads, but the Jin's survival did. And now that reliance became weakness. A column of troops, dispatched to reinforce a border province, wandered for days before realizing their destination no longer stood. They returned with fewer men, less food, and no orders. Caravans once filled with silk and salt now carried refugees. Their wheels creaked under bundles of salvaged cloth and cracked pottery. They moved without direction, not seeking fortune, but space. Somewhere to begin again. Some settled along the edge of the road itself, building makeshift homes between trees and broken mile markers. They did not know where the road ended, only that it no longer led where it once did. In the court, ministers continued to reference regions by name, districts, prefectures, counties, but the names had begun to lose meaning. Like words spoken in a dream, They echoed without anchor. One mapmaker, tasked with updating imperial charts, left wide swaths of land blank. Unknown, he wrote in delicate brushstrokes beside them. Status unclear. When questioned, he simply bowed and said, "We draw only what we can still touch." Some among the court argued for rebuilding. A road is just earth, they said. It can be cleared, reconnected. But no workers came forward. Too many had vanished along the same paths. Too many had seen that what lay at the end of the journey was not recovery, but repetition. One nobleman, desperate to visit his ancestral lands, rode for 9 days. When he returned, he said nothing. Only that the trees had grown too tall and the roads had forgotten their purpose. And so the empire shrank, not in borders, but in reach. Roads once straight now curved toward loss. Roots once sacred now disappeared beneath moss. And though the emperor still ruled in name, his voice no longer arrived in the same places. It wandered, unreceived, across paths that led nowhere, or perhaps to places that no longer believed in roads at all. They stood in formation, but not like before. Their shoulders sloped more, their gazes drifted, their hands gripped weapons not with pride, but with the instinct of men who no longer trusted the ground beneath them. These were not new recruits. They were soldiers who had fought too long, moved too often, and returned to places that no longer recognized them. Some wore armor patched with scraps of fabric taken from burned homes. Others carried pouches with small tokens, a child's stone toy, a cracked comb, a ribbon, not to remember, but to prove they once belonged somewhere. They had become men whose feet moved, but whose roots had lifted, not by choice, by necessity. The war had not just taken their comrades. It had taken their sense of where they were supposed to return. In the early days, their service had meaning. They fought for protection, for honor, for the survival of villages that sent them off with rice and blessings. But as the years passed, those villages were emptied. Their homes were overtaken or erased, first by fire, then by forgetting. Some wrote letters that came back undelivered. Others stopped writing altogether. And slowly, the idea of home became something they spoke of only at night, if they spoke of it at all. They no longer remembered the exact scent of the tree outside the family gate. They no longer pictured the curve of the hill near their childhood river. They remembered only marching and waking, and the strange comfort of a campfire in a place that had no name. One soldier, older than most, kept a worn map folded in his boot. Not an official one, but a drawing he'd made himself years ago, before the first loss. It showed his hometown, a road to the river, a bend near a merchant's house. He looked at it sometimes before sleeping, though he could no longer remember what stood at the bend. He only knew that someone had once called him back to that place. Now, no one did. The commanders knew this change. They saw it in the way their men waited for orders without expectation. Not disobedient, just hollowed. Marching when told, halting when signaled, but no longer asking why. The orders had become routine. The purpose had faded. Even the battles, when they came, were met not with fear or fury, but with silence. Steel clashing with steel, men falling without final words. Afterward, the soldiers buried the dead quickly and moved on. Not from heartlessness, but because grief had grown too heavy to carry with them. In one encampment, a small shrine was built near the mess tent. No priest tended it. It held no icon, just a smooth stone surrounded by a ring of ashes. The men placed things there, bits of bone, buttons, rings, with no explanation. The shrine became a place where names weren't spoken, only left behind, And when they passed through towns that still stood, the soldiers did not rest. They stood at the edges. They drank water. They sharpened blades. But they did not go inside. They no longer knew how to belong in places where doors closed at night, where candles flickered safely behind windows. These towns belonged to people who remembered things clearly. The soldiers had forgotten, not because they wanted to, but because war demands forgetting. They fought not for the empire, not for maps or banners. They fought because it was the only thing they still knew how to do. Their homes were now memory, and memory had become a place they could no longer walk into, only carry forward in fragments, until even those faded under the weight of marching steps and skies that never changed. He no longer asked for full reports, only summaries, only the shape of the truth, not its edges. The emperor, once the sharp mind behind campaigns and civil appointments, had grown quiet, not from weakness, but from the slow erosion that comes when everything you built begins to turn to smoke. He still dressed in ceremony, still nodded at the right moments, still held the jade seal when needed, but something inside him had stepped back, not in surrender, but in reflection. There were mornings when he stood at the window long before light entered the sky. He didn't speak. He just listened. To the empty air, to the distant shuffle of footsteps outside his chamber, to the silence left behind by voices that used to fill his court. He remembered their faces, the ones who had stood beside him at the start, the ones who had written the first laws, built the first roads, pacified the north with swift, confident hands. Most of them were gone now, lost in skirmishes, taken by illness, buried quietly with no sons left to burn the right incense. He remembered the cities as they once were, golden with banners, the sound of bells in the early light, ministers reciting rites beneath the breath of morning fog. Now those cities were reduced to names on fading scrolls, towns reclaimed by ash, outposts swallowed by wind. He did not speak of blame, not aloud. Perhaps he had made mistakes. He had trusted too long in loyalty that had already bent. He had allowed rivalry to flourish between his sons, believing time would settle them. He had waited too long to move the court south, thinking each winter would be the last. But regret in an emperor is never public. It seeps into pauses, into glances at maps left unrolled, into the way he touches the sleeve of his robe as if remembering who last helped him into it. His attendants, trained to remain invisible, began to notice the way he held his tea longer but drank less, the way his replies came slower, not with hesitation, with sadness. The court, sensing his silence, shifted its pace. Ministers grew more cautious, decisions delayed. The younger ones spoke more boldly, hoping to fill the space his voice had left. But they did not see what he saw, not just the war, but the weight of what had been lost. The kind of loss no battle could define. The kind that erodes a dynasty not through defeat, but through forgetting why it rose in the first place. One night, he asked for a document from the early years of his reign, a decree written for a river town long gone, calling for the construction of a school and a bridge. The document arrived, its edges yellowed. He held it for a long time, tracing the strokes of his own youthful signature. He didn't speak. He simply placed the scroll beside the incense burner and watched as the ash of past promises settled over it like dust. He never wrote another edict in his own hand after that. Outside his chamber, the empire continued to drift. Battles approached. The court debated. Grain was counted. But within the walls of his quiet, the emperor lived not in fear, but in memory. He did not rage. He did not demand. He sat with the choices he had made. and the silence that followed them. And in that silence was not weakness, but something heavier, a quiet regret that spoke louder than any decree, because in the end, he did not mourn his throne. He mourned the world he had once believed he could hold together. The change did not arrive as a charge. It came as a breath, a wind that moved slowly, almost imperceptibly, from north to south. Caravans no longer ventured beyond familiar gates. Messages once hurried now arrived without urgency. The Mongol advance had not stopped, but it had slowed, and the rhythm of fear in the southern cities changed with it. People looked up more. Doors stayed open later. The air, once stiff with waiting, began to soften, not with hope, but with hesitation. The south had long been the quieter part of the empire, rich in rice, slow in speech, steadier in the face of panic. And now, as the war pressed downward like a hand over a page, it was the south that held what remained of the Jin, its court, its records, its final breath. Along the riverbanks, children played again, though not far from home. Merchants reopened stalls, though with fewer wares. Officials walked with scrolls under their arms, though they now looked over their shoulders more often. The wind had shifted, but it had not cleared. It carried the scent of old fires, of stories whispered by survivors, of fear that no longer screamed, only lingered. The people had begun to understand that safety would not be restored with walls or armies. It would come, if at all, in small gestures, in remembering how to speak gently, in learning how to live with the fact that the empire, as they had known it, would not return. In court, the tone changed too. There was less talk of reclamation, less of victory. The conversations shifted toward holding what remained, protecting the South, preserving memory. One minister proposed strengthening ties with local gentry, allowing provinces greater autonomy in return for loyalty. Another suggested opening limited channels with a song to the far southeast, a move that would once have been considered betrayal, but now simply felt necessary. No one spoke in absolutes anymore. The dynasty had become something flexible, something uncertain. It bent with each gust of wind, trying not to snap. The emperor, now rarely seen, no longer issued daily decrees. His silence had become part of the air, not absence, but atmosphere. Those who still served him did so not because they believed in the crown's power, but because they believed in something quieter, the value of endurance. And in the South, endurance had always been its own kind of strength. The landscape changed as well. Hills once distant from court affairs now became centers of decision. River towns grew in importance as ports for whatever trade could still pass. Farmers, long untouched by war, found themselves feeding armies that had no more lines to guard, only territory to delay. And poets, once cautious, began to write again, not praises, but elegies, not rebellion, but farewell. They understood that the wind had turned, that history was now writing in a different hand. But in that shift, something else stirred, not defiance, not rebellion, but a refusal to vanish. The South, long regarded as distant and passive, began to draw itself inward. Families taught their children to recite names, even those whose homes were gone. Teachers reopened schools in broken buildings. Temples rang bells again, their tones softer but clear. The empire, fractured as it was, still lived in these acts, in bowls set out for neighbors, in flags stitched from memory, in a slow turning toward survival. The winds had changed, the north had burned, but the south, now holding what little remained, did not collapse. It leaned into the storm, not to stop it, but to outlast it. They had always spoken differently in the south, slower, more careful with pauses. Words were not thrown, but placed, like stones in a stream, chosen for shape as much as sound. In these tattered southern towns, where roofs had bent to storm and temples had lost their paint, wisdom did not come from proclamations or titles. It came from those who endured, women who boiled tea while their husbands were conscripted, elders who remembered which herb soothed fever when the doctor had fled, children who knew the sound of approaching soldiers and when to hide without being told. These people did not call themselves wise. They simply continued, and in that there was knowledge. In northern cities, decisions had been loud. The clash of court debates, the hammering of drums, the stamping of boots before battle. In the south, wisdom moved like mist, quiet, unseen, shaping the day without force. A village council met under a tree, not in a hall. Its decisions were made not by majority, but by silence. The kind of silence that meant agreement. If someone objected, they did not shout. They waited until their tea cooled, then said it simply, and those listening nodded, because time was no longer something to waste or to race. The war had reached them in waves, not all at once, but each time something was taken, a road, a river crossing, a sun. Yet the south did not rise in flames. It absorbed the loss, bent with it, adapted. When horses trampled rice fields, they grew millet instead. When iron came scarce, they returned to wood. They did not boast, they adjusted, and in that adjustment, they survived. Stories began to spread, not of rebellion, but of return. A town that rebuilt its bridge with stones from a temple that had collapsed. A widow who housed the children of strangers without question. A scholar who taught beneath a broken roof using charcoal and cloth. These were not acts of defiance. They were acts of memory. They were how the South remembered itself, not through statues or scrolls, but through doing. The court, watching from its fragile center, began to take notice. Advisors sent south returned changed, their robes dusty, their speech less adorned. They brought back not just news, but tone, a way of saying perhaps instead of must, a way of admitting what could no longer be demanded. One minister, once known for long speeches on military reform, said only this upon return: "They do not speak of survival, they live it." From the south came letters written on cloth, not paper. Supplies had grown thin, but the words were clear. Requests for seed, not soldiers. Offers of shelter for those fleeing further north. One letter, unsigned, read, "We are not lost. We are learning to be smaller without vanishing." That line, whispered in the corners of council meetings, became a kind of refrain, a comfort, a guide. The South, though fractured, was not broken. Its wisdom was not about winning. It was about remaining. It asked no glory, only space. And in that space, something lasting began to take shape. Even the emperor, upon hearing of a town that held daily prayers for both Jin soldiers and Mongol ones lost in battle, said nothing for a long time. Then he asked that rice be sent to them. No seal, no declaration, just rice. And so the South, once seen as soft, now became the empire's spine, not because it stood tall, but because it bent, and still stood. The river had always been there. Long before dynasties, before courts, before men carved names into mountains and claimed them as borders. It did not flow for emperors. It flowed because the land tilted and the rain remembered where to fall. Wide and slow, it carved its way through soil and silence, curving like a question too large to answer. To the Jin, it had been a line of trade, a mirror for the sky, a source of life. But now it had become something else, a boundary between what still held and what had already fallen. Armies approached it and stopped, not because of its depth, not because of its width, but because of what it represented. On one side, the fragments of an empire still clinging to protocol and rice harvests. On the other, the echoes of cities already gone, their bells melted down, their towers kneeling to the dust. The river did not choose sides, it only flowed, but both sides looked to it with unease. It had become the last great breath before collapse or survival. Messengers came to its edge and waited. They dipped their hands into the water, washed dust from their faces, but did not cross. Some brought news of surrenders, others of executions. Some simply brought silence in the form of scrolls without ink. The commanders who sent them knew what they were doing. A blank scroll meant there is nothing more to say. Bridges had once linked the river's sides, strong ones with red-painted beams and stone supports that bore the weight of carts and kings. Most had been burned in retreat. A few had been taken down by the Mongols, not as strategy, but as statement. One bridge remained, partially, its middle section gone, leaving two halves that reached toward each other like arms outstretched too late. No one dared rebuild it, not because they could not, but because the act of rebuilding would have meant an invitation, and neither side was ready to host. Boats moved across now and then, quietly, small ones. Nothing official, refugees, traders too desperate to care. A widow once rowed across with her two sons under a blanket, offering no name. When questioned by border guards, she simply said, there was more silence on this side, the side they let her stay. The river, indifferent, held the sky's reflection. In some seasons it shimmered gold, in others it turned thick and brown, but always it moved forward. Even when the empire stalled, it whispered against its banks while the soldiers waited for new orders. It carried leaves, ashes, sometimes bodies, but never opinions. The monks who lived in a temple upriver said the river understood more than men did. They said it forgave more too. One night, under a sky of low cloud and quiet stars, a scout stood at the river's edge and listened, not for enemies, for memory. He had crossed this river once before, years ago, when he was younger, and the war was just a whisper. That time, the bridge had been whole. People had waved. A girl had handed him a sweet wrapped in cloth. Now there was no girl, no cloth, no sweet. Only the current, only the faint sound of water carrying the weight of something unnamed. He turned back without crossing. There was no need. The river had already spoken. In time, the river would be crossed again, but not by choice, not by power, only by consequence. And until then, it would remain, steady, ancient, unmoved, a quiet line no map could truly hold, and no man could truly own. There was no ceremony when it arrived, no trumpets, no proclamations. Hope came quietly, as it always does in times of ruin, not as a force, but as a flicker, a seed in the hand of a farmer who still rose before the sun, a teacher writing characters on cracked walls for children who had no desks, a mother preparing a meal with less than enough, still dividing it without hesitation. The empire was folding in on itself, its boundaries blurring, its palaces dimming. But in the smallest corners, where power had never truly lived, people continued. And in that continuation, something soft began to stir. Collapse does not come in a single day. It is a long unraveling, a fraying of threads pulled too tight for too long. Grain taxes stopped arriving. Court artists fled to countryside temples. Military reports were written on reused parchment. Ministers aged visibly in the span of a single meeting. But in the shadow of these losses, small things survived. Lanterns still floated down rivers during festivals, though fewer hands sent them. Children still played games using stones when marbles could not be found. Elders still spoke of the old days, not in bitterness, but in the quiet cadence of those who know what must be remembered. One night, a woman in a hillside village gave birth by candlelight. The midwife whispered prayers not to the empire, but to the ancestors who had seen more than one dynasty fall. Outside, the wind stirred the trees gently. The child's cry was soft, tired, new. No one recorded his name in the royal registry, but in that room, in that breath, hope lived, not in denial of the collapse, but in acceptance of what still might follow. The court, distant and disjointed, began to receive letters from towns it had nearly forgotten. Most asked for nothing. They simply reported, "We are still here. We planted. We taught. We repaired the roof." The emperor read these not as governance, but as grace. A world slipping from his grasp still had the courage to endure. He began to believe that the dynasty's greatest legacy might not be in its victories, but in what it left behind that could not be taken. Among the soldiers, too, hope moved differently now. Not as ambition, but as protection. They no longer fought for titles or favor. They fought for villages where they had once rested, for river crossings they knew by name, for the possibility that something gentle might remain after they no longer stood guard. One commander, nearing death, gave orders to defend a school instead of a fort. When questioned, he replied, "The fort holds walls, the school holds futures." And in the temples, monks sang softly into the dusk, not to summon salvation, but to remind the world that silence could still hold song. They lit incense even when the ash drifted into rooms without roofs. They copied text by moonlight. They mended torn pages with cloth and patience. The empire's voice had grown thin, but its memory remained. And hope lived inside that memory, stitched into every name remembered, every bowl shared, every door open to a stranger. It was not loud. It did not rise in banners or march in ranks. It curled beneath the ruins. It rooted itself in the cracks. It grew not despite the collapse, but because of it. For when all else is stripped away, hope is not what resists the fall. Hope is what waits there quietly to begin again. He did not wear armor. His robes were clean but plain, dyed in the faded ink of forgotten decrees. His hands bore no scars, only the calluses of brush and seal. Yet in the quiet decay of a crumbling dynasty, it was men like him who wielded the sharpest weapons, not of steel, but of policy, of delay, of silence used with precision. The bureaucrat's sword was not drawn, it was signed. And as the empire unraveled, inch by careful inch, it was the slow bleed of indecision that cut deeper than any blade. His name was known only to those who needed to fear it, a minister of supply seated far from the front, but close enough to the emperor's breath to bend it. His ink rationed grain with surgical detachment. His stamps reassigned soldiers to ghost outposts no longer defended. His memoranda, written in the clipped strokes of authority, postponed repairs, suspended payments, and closed gates that once welcomed trade. He did not shout. He did not plot. He only approved what could not work and denied what still might. In a war fought over mountains and cities, he never saw a battlefield, but his power swelled as others collapsed. As generals fell, he survived. As treaties burned, he archived them. He rose in silence, promoted not for courage, but for caution. He served 3 emperors without ever needing to kneel in mourning. To some, he was stability. To others, a slow poison. He told himself he was only following the logic of preservation. The empire could not be saved by dreams. It needed systems. It needed delay. He believed the delay was mercy. Outside his chamber, however, the world starved by degrees. Grain caravans sat idle because one signature was missing. Soldiers died waiting for uniforms that had been misplaced in clerical limbo. Provinces rebelled not in fury, but in exhaustion. And still, he calculated. Still, he weighed numbers against need, always tipping toward austerity. His ledgers, when read aloud, sounded like eulogies. Rows of places that no longer existed. Lists of supplies that would never arrive. Budgets balanced in theory, while reality sagged beneath them. He slept well, or at least he rested. No dreams, just the sound of sand sliding through the hourglass, echoing against walls that no longer heard laughter. He ate alone. He walked only the inner courtyards. He spoke sparingly, trusting silence to carry the message further. In the end, no one plotted his fall. They simply stopped asking. He remained untouched, a paper-thin man inside a paper-thin palace. In his final act, he rejected a request for ink. A school had asked for a small supply to continue teaching boys to write the classics. He denied it, noting the ink should be reserved for military correspondence. That correspondence never came. The school closed. The boys dispersed. The silence that followed was not loud, but lasting. Years later, when the dynasty was only memory, someone found his records buried in a ruined storehouse. They were intact, neat, immaculate, every loss accounted for, every denial stamped with precision. The historian who uncovered them wept, not for him, but for how much he had preserved, and how little he had saved. And so the bureaucrat's sword did not swing. It scratched, it etched, it removed life in small, permanent strokes, and in doing so, it became the quietest weapon the empire ever raised against itself. They were not built for glory. These forts scattered across the outer rim of the empire were practical, square, and weather-worn. Their walls were not tall enough to inspire fear, but thick enough to buy time. Built of stone where stone could be found, mud where it could not. Each one held the breath of 1,000 men who had stood watch with more patience than pride. They did not bear names remembered in court poems. They were marked on maps with simple strokes and often forgotten, until they were needed. And by the time they were needed most, it was already too late. The soldiers stationed there did not complain. Their letters home were short, if they were sent at all. They lived in rhythms: mend the gate, boil the millet, scan the hills. They grew used to the quiet, not the peaceful kind, but the waiting kind. The kind that meant no one was coming to relieve them. No supply wagons, no officers with updates, no word from the capital. Just the sound of wind pushing dust across the courtyard. Just the creak of timber long left unpainted. Just the memory of orders that had once mattered. When the enemy came, they did not charge with banners. They watched first, for days, sometimes weeks. A horse seen in the distance, a trail of smoke rising beyond the trees, then nothing, then a shadow closer, then one night, a whistle that did not belong to any bird. The men at the forts knew what these signs meant, but still they stayed. Not from bravery, from understanding. There was nowhere else to go. Some forts fell in the dead of night. The gate cracked open before the alarm was raised. Others fell after brief resistance, not because the men inside lacked strength, but because they lacked belief that help would come. A few fought to the last man, their bones later found in the dust where the kitchen had once stood. But most surrendered to time before they surrendered to men. Their walls collapsed inward from neglect. Their supplies ran out long before the enemy arrived. And when the end came, it came softly. The invaders often found nothing worth looting. No gold, no officers, no treasures, only rice cracked with mold and ledgers written in trembling script. They sometimes left the fort standing, too unimpressed to bother with fire, or they left them burning, more as habit than necessity. Either way, they moved on, and the empire behind them grew smaller by one more forgotten place. The court received word only after delay. A note passed through 5 hands. A rumor embedded in a caravan's arrival. A report, rewritten so many times, it no longer reflected the shape of what had happened. And by then, the fort was gone, replaced by a scorched square of earth or overtaken by grass, like a scar healing over without a trace of the wound beneath. No one issued proclamations, no mourning rites, just silence. Yet even in that silence, some memory held. A child, years later, might pass by a broken wall and ask what it was. A grandfather might say, "That was where your uncle stood guard." And that might be enough, not to rebuild, but to remember. Because some defeats are not announced. They do not echo. They do not weep. They happen in the slow tilt of neglect, in places too far from power to be saved, but too full of people to be called empty. Forts that fell not in battle, but in silence. They waited in rooms where the light no longer reached, where the paper windows flapped loose on their frames, and the dust gathered between floorboards like unanswered prayers. They waited by doorways, holding bowls that had grown too light. They waited by letters, folded and unfolded, reread until the ink became memory. These women, mothers, wives, daughters, sisters, lived in the breath between dispatch and return, between command and collapse. They did not ride into war, but they bore its slowest weight. At first, the waiting had rhythm. Letters came every moon. A name was read in council. A poem enclosed in a parcel of dried plums. There was still ceremony to it, still shape. But war is a tide that pulls even ritual from the shore. Months passed, then years. The letters stopped arriving, or they arrived in unfamiliar handwriting. A clerk, a comrade, never a name they longed to see. Sometimes they came sealed in black, sometimes not at all. And still, the women waited. They wore robes that frayed at the cuffs, not from poverty, from repetition, from sitting in the same pose at the same window each morning, hoping for the sound of footsteps that did not come. They prepared meals for men who no longer ate. They mended clothes for sons who had outgrown them far away, if they lived at all. They lit incense not to pray for glory, but for safe passage, or at least for knowledge of where the bones lay. In some towns, entire blocks were hushed, not by decree, but by shared sorrow. One woman in the north kept her husband's boots by the door for 9 winters. Another in the south braided her hair each day the same way she had when he left, as if time might unravel if she changed. A girl wrote her brother's name on each lantern during the ghost festival. Every year, fewer were lit. The court did not record their names. History rarely paused for those who stood still. But their grief fed the soil. Their hope watered the sky. They raised children in silence. They taught songs that remembered what politics forgot. They told stories where the endings had to be invented, because the real ones never arrived. Sometimes the men did return, bent, quiet, uncertain. not as the heroes they'd imagined, but as strangers made of years and guilt. The reunion was not always joy. Some homes had learned to breathe without them. Some women had learned to live without waiting. And yet still, for many, the waiting had become a kind of purpose. When it ended, something broke. One woman, upon seeing her husband again after 12 years, wept not from joy, but from the weight she had carried alone for so long. She told him, "You came back, but I am not the woman who sent you." He nodded. They sat across from each other, strangers with matching rings, learning how to begin again. And some women waited until the end of their days, never knowing. They were buried with combs that still smelled of their husband's sandalwood, with letters under pillows, with names spoken only once more as the priest chanted through dusk. History writes of victories and treaties, but these women, who waited too long, were the quiet heartbeat beneath it all, holding homes that no longer had walls, holding memories that no longer had names, waiting not for glory, not for peace, but for something softer. A voice at the door, a familiar hand, a silence that, at last, had meaning. On the emperor's map, each province was a neat shape, coloured ink, thin lines, a name written with care. But outside the palace walls, those shapes were not tidy. They bled into one another. They groaned with the weight of tax and troop and loss, and each one, over time, had come to bear a different kind of cost, not only in silver or grain, but in lives worn thin by distance, by policy, by promises that came too late. The court measured provinces in reports. The people within them measured in absence. The north had always carried its own burden, too close to the steppe, too cold in winter, too dry for the rice that fed courtly banquets. There, villages were burned more times than counted, not by enemy fire, but by orders of retreat. Soldiers stripped the towns to starve the pursuers, and the people watched their homes disappear in smoke, meant to protect a capital they would never see. Still, they planted again each spring, even when they knew the crop might never be theirs. In the east, the cost was movement. Too many hands drafted into labour for roads, for canals, for storehouses that stored grain no family would taste. Bridges were built over rivers that marked no safe boundary. And when those roads failed to deliver salvation, it was not the engineers who suffered. It was the farmers conscripted to carry the stones. One old man died with a rope still tied around his shoulders. No one untied it. They simply lifted the basket from his back and gave it to his grandson. The Central Plains paid in memory. It was there the capital had first risen, tall and full of art. And it was there, too, that defeat had been most visible. Palaces looted, statues decapitated, libraries emptied by hands that neither read nor cared. The people remained, surrounded by the ruins of what had once been a symbol of eternity. And they carried a different grief, not of death, but of witness. They had seen the dynasty's promises, and then its fall. And in the silence after, they grew quiet themselves. The south, green, distant, humid, paid in isolation. Always seen as separate, always taxed as if loyal, questioned as if not. Governors rotated often, more to remove them than to lead. The people spoke dialects the court did not understand, and so the court did not listen. But it demanded tribute nonetheless. Silk, fruit, men. The response came slower each year. The South remembered and the South waited. When the collapse began, they did not rush to defend. They folded inward, protecting their own. Not in rebellion, in preservation. And in the West, where the mountains stood and the passes were few, the cost was time. It took weeks for a message to arrive, months for help. When danger came, they met it with what they had: stones, fire, songs sung to warn the others. They did not expect the emperor's banner. They raised their own. But even so, they were counted. Every census, every tax, and they gave what they had, even when it meant less for their children. Their loyalty was not born of fear. It was born of memory, of older ties that predated the court's understanding. Each province had its price, and each paid it differently. Yet none was spared, not in full, not in silence. And in the end, it was not a great collapse that marked the fall, but a slow exhaustion. A country drained by corners, a dynasty undone not by a single blade, but by the quiet weight of every name on that map. Each one, in its own way, forgotten before it was lost. They piled in boxes behind shuttered doors, bound with ribbon, sealed with wax, or smeared with rain. Letters sent from camps where the wind never slept. Letters sent from cities half evacuated, from outposts that no longer existed by the time the ink dried. They were written in brushstrokes, both hurried and aching. Some were formal, full of titles and ranks, demands and figures. Others were raw, begging, pleading, sometimes apologizing, and most of them were never opened. In the chaos of final offensives, communication frayed. Messengers disappeared along roads too dangerous to finish. Officials passed scrolls to assistants, who tucked them away for later. Later never came. The war moved too quickly, and then too slowly, and then all at once again. Some letters were misplaced with intention. Others were lost because no one was left to care. Piles gathered in courtyards where birds nested among the unopened pleas. One such letter, written with care and 3 corrections, had been addressed to the central ministry. It detailed a shortage of water in the 3rd Battalion near the river bend. It warned of dysentery, of dying animals, of morale thinning like rice broth. It asked not for glory, only for notice. The seal was intact when it was found years later. The contents still legible, but the men had long since died, and the river had changed its course. Another scroll came from a minor commander in the hills. He described an opportunity to cut off an enemy advance. It required 2 units, 3 days, and a narrow pass. He ended the letter with the phrase, "The path is open, but not forever." The scroll never made it to the general. It was discovered behind a desk that had been overturned during a fire. The wax seal had melted. The opportunity was long gone. There were letters from mothers tucked into the sleeves of young messengers. These were never meant for officials. They were carried in hope, in trembling hands. Some reached the camps. Some were burned unopened in the name of protocol. One boy was found with 10 letters sewn into his tunic. None had been read before his death. They were buried with him, the names blurred from sweat and soil. Even within the court, letters went unread. The emperor's chamber grew quiet as his confidence thinned. Reports arrived, but he no longer opened them. His aides summarized, softened. Pages remained folded, untouched beside the teacup he no longer lifted. Letters from governors, commanders, even from family. Some warned of rebellion, others confessed despair. He asked that they be stored for the archive. No one dared ask if they had been answered. And among them, a final letter, unsigned, written in hurried ink on thin paper. It bore no seal. It begged for the war to end. It did not name sides. It spoke only of children who had stopped playing, of towns where bells no longer rang, of fields full of bones that no one would gather. It asked nothing more than to be read. It was not. It remained folded. It still is. History remembers declarations, edicts, banners unfurled in ceremony. But these letters, the ones no one read, tell another story, a quieter one, of voices that reached the edge of the empire's ear and fell away. Not for lack of words, but for lack of time, for lack of will, for lack of anyone left who still believed reading them might change anything at all. It stood taller than the others, the last gate, iron-framed and cedar-clad, reinforced after every campaign, every betrayal, every season of siege. It had been tested before, once by fire, once by flood, and more than once by fear. But now it stood alone, no longer one of many. Now, the last. Behind it lay the inner city, what remained of the court's belief in itself. In the square beyond, soldiers stood in lines that had grown too thin to intimidate. Their armor was mismatched. Some breastplates bore old dynasty symbols, others were patched with cloth. They did not speak loudly. They did not raise their eyes. But still, they stood. Outside the gate, the wind carried dust. It scraped softly across the metal like memory. The enemy did not rush. They had learned that patience, too, was a kind of weapon. Their campfires glowed in slow circles just beyond arrow range. They waited for collapse to open the gate from within. But it did not. Not yet. On the fourth night, the first push came. Not with shouts, but with breath. Hundreds of feet rising in rhythm, not rage. They carried ladders, not siege towers. They moved without song. They moved like men who had seen too many gates fall and knew this one was only different in name. The defenders answered with arrows, with oil, with words they no longer believed. One shouted, "For the Emperor." But the name he called had already stopped speaking in council. Steel met steel, then wood splintered, then bones. The gate groaned not as a structure, but as something alive, refusing to die quietly. A young lieutenant, barely older than a page, stood at his center with a broken spear and a poem tucked into his sleeve. He had copied it from his grandfather, who once defended a gate just like this. He died without drawing it. By dawn, the defenders were pushed back a breath. Not a mile, not a wall, just a breath. But that was enough. The hinges strained. Smoke curled upward from barrels broken in the scramble, and the ground beneath the gate was slick, not from rain. That afternoon, a general arrived on horseback. He had not slept. He had not shaved. His armor bore the scuffs of 1,000 miles, but his voice was quiet. He did not issue threats. He simply said, "Hold." And the men, who had been losing pieces of themselves for years, did. But steel does not hold forever, especially when forged by states who had forgotten the heat that shaped them. The fifth night was the hardest. The torches flared along the horizon. Horns blew, not in triumph, but as markers of time, as if to say, "We are still here, and so are you." The attackers did not want slaughter. They wanted surrender. But the gate did not open. On the sixth night, a crack, a real one. Not metaphor anymore. The gate split, low near the left brace, where a hidden seam had never been sealed fully. The wind whistled through it like breath through teeth. The soldiers felt it in their feet. Not pain, not fear, but ending. Still, no retreat, because some places, even when broken, must be stood upon, must be defended not for what they hold, but for what they once meant. And so they did, until the seventh morning, when the gate at last bent, not fell, not shattered, just bent, like a man kneeling, not in defeat, but in weariness. And through that bend, the future came. The city had a name once, carved in stone over the southern arch, etched on every bronze measure in the grain stores, written on each tax record and inked carefully onto the court scrolls. But now, There was no one left who remembered how to pronounce it. The paper had rotted, the signs had cracked, and the scribes, who once kept every syllable alive, were gone. Some fled, some starved, some were conscripted. A few, in the last seasons, wrote by candlelight until the wax gave out, then wrote by memory, then stopped altogether. A city without scribes is not just quiet, it is invisible. The walls may still stand, the gates may still creak open, but without words, there is no witness, no record of what was taken or who remained, no tallies of births, no ledgers of debt, no lists of names read at year's end for the harvest gods. The temple drum may sound, but no one marks the calendar. Time moves, but it forgets where it started. Once, the scribes had rooms in every prefecture. Low buildings, cedar-framed, smelling of ink and damp cloth. They worked in silence, surrounded by scrolls that told of treaties, marriages, river heights, grain weights, deaths. They were the memory of the city, wrapped in paper and bound with thread. They did not speak loudly, but what they wrote became law. Their brushstrokes outlasted armies, but as war deepened, their rooms emptied. First, the younger scribes were pulled for labor. Then, the paper was rationed, needed for orders, maps, ration slips. Ink ran dry, and no shipments came. The oldest among them continued writing with water and ash, trying to keep the rhythm. When those records were unreadable, they switched to carving, scratching on walls, on clay, on the underside of tables. Anything to keep the lines of memory unbroken. The last known scribe in the southern provinces was a woman in her 6th decade. She wrote her final report in the dark, by finger, on a wax tablet. It recorded the fall of the 3rd outer village, the fire in the storage hall, and the silence in the marketplace. She did not sign it. She left it on the temple step, wrapped in red cloth. It was never delivered, and so the city fell not in fire, but in forgetting. No one recorded when the final bell stopped ringing. No one marked the date the wells dried. No one wrote the names of those who fled. Children grew up with no written names. Marriages were sealed with nods instead of ink. The sky changed, but no one charted the stars. The city remained in place, but time no longer recognized it. One traveler, years later, passed through what was left. He found no records. He asked no questions. He carved a single character into a beam of the outer wall. It meant gone, but also empty. It was neither curse nor elegy, just a pause recorded in wood. We speak of great capitals and their legacies, but there were cities, full ones, that vanished not in flames, but in erasure. Cities where the wind blew through empty archives, where silence grew in the halls where brushes once moved like birds. These places died not once, but twice. First in the flesh, and then in the ink. And in that second death, they were truly lost. His bed was wide and carved from elm, the canopy silk, dyed in shades no longer found in market stalls. It was quiet in his chamber, even as the world beyond it unraveled. Servants walked on soft soles. Ministers stood with lowered eyes. The emperor, once a figure who rode at the head of processions, now rarely left the warmth of his rooms. He did not speak often, and when he did, his voice was slower than before. Not weak, just distant, as though listening to something older than the war, older than the court. He slept long into the mornings, through the smoke of burning cities and the rustle of retreating generals. Outside, the empire fell in increments. Provinces slipped like stones into a river. Borders shifted and blurred. Messages came less frequently, and when they did, they were softened before reaching him. No one wanted to wake the emperor with news that might unmake what was left of his strength. So they stopped trying. They told themselves it was mercy, that he had served long, that the wait had been enough, that it was better this way, to let him rest. But what began as respect became paralysis. The court became a room of whispers. There were days when he asked questions, small ones. Did the rice ships arrive? Have the scholars sent their spring verses? Questions that belonged to an empire that no longer existed. The ministers nodded, always, always yes. The rice ships had come. The scholars had written. He would nod and return to sleep. His dreams, if he had them, were his alone. Once, a general broke protocol and entered without request. His boots left marks on the floor the maids would scrub in silence later. He knelt and gave no speech, only held out a scroll with the names of 3 cities fallen in the west. The emperor did not touch it. He looked beyond the man's shoulder to the window. The general left without a word. The scroll remained unread. Some say he mourned the empire in silence, that each hour of sleep was a small retreat, that he could no longer carry the weight, so he drifted into a place where the borders were unbroken and the flag still waved from stone towers. Others said he knew exactly what he was doing, that his sleep was refusal, a protest more powerful than any decree. But no one truly knew. One morning, the palace awoke and found the emperor still in bed, unmoving, his breath shallow, his hand folded loosely over the coverlet, as if he had once held a brush there, long ago. A clerk entered with a report that would never be read. A bell rang once, softly. Then silence returned, as if it had never left. He was not the last emperor, but he was the last to remember the old world without bitterness. His robes were laid out for a ceremony that never took place. The court wore white, but only briefly. The generals gathered in a hall that no longer held maps. Outside, peasants walked past the palace and did not stop. History marked his reign in years, but his legacy was measured in absence, in decisions not made, in orders not given, in scrolls unopened. He had once stood at the center of a storm and then chose quietly to close his eyes. And when he did, the winds did not stop. They simply passed through him, unchallenged. The emperor slept, and while he slept, the empire dreamt of its own undoing. It did not crack. It did not burn. It did not fall from a balcony or vanish into ash. The throne, that ancient seat of power carved from dark wood and backed with the gold of 10 provinces, simply vanished. One morning, it was no longer in the hall. The banners still hung. The incense still curled from the brass bowls, but the throne was gone. No guards had seen it moved. No record showed its removal. It was as though the empire itself had blinked, and with that blink, the thing that tethered everything to its center was lost. For centuries, the throne had meant order, not just rule, but rhythm. The start of court, the end of council, the rise of new law, and the silence after judgment. Even when emperors changed, the throne remained, heavy, rooted, a symbol more solid than any general or banner. When it vanished, something invisible cracked open. The officials stood in their places stunned, not weeping, not shouting, just quiet. The kind of quiet that knows something more than furniture has been taken. Some whispered that it had been stolen in the night, taken by loyalists fleeing to safer provinces. Others said the last emperor had ordered it hidden, a final act of humility or despair, but none of them believed it. They had seen too much already. Cities fallen, scrolls burned, temples emptied. This was not theft. This was consequence. Outside the court, the people noticed quickly. They did not know the throne was gone. but they felt it. Tax collectors arrived with less certainty. Judges delayed decisions. Local officials hesitated to wear their ceremonial robes. The empire did not fall in fire or sword, but in delay, in murmurs, in the loss of confidence in lines drawn on a map. When messengers rode from the capital, they did so without imperial seal. They carried orders, but no one recognized the script. The towns they reached no longer flew the court's colors. They listened, then turned away. One by one, roads became suggestions, not links. Rivers became borders, not bridges. 1,000 local rules bloomed where one had stood before. In the north, a warlord declared himself guardian of his region, not in defiance but in absence. He claimed no throne. He built no palace. He simply said, "We are alone now," and the people believed him. In the south, a former advisor opened the temple archives and distributed the grain. He quoted laws written a generation ago and enforced them with no approval from above. No one stopped him, because above no longer answered. The palace remained open, though few entered. Dust gathered where the throne had once stood. The floor, scuffed from centuries of footsteps, now held only the echoes of memory. A boy wandered in once, barefoot, chasing a red kite. He stood where the throne had been, looked around, then walked out again. That, more than anything, marked the end. We often search for symbols in collapse: a final battle, a signature, a flag pulled down from a tower. But sometimes the truth is quieter: a chair missing, a pause too long, a message not returned. The day the throne vanished, the empire did not cry out. It simply exhaled. And what remained was not ruin, but space. A space no longer filled with command or ceremony, or the weight of inheritance. Only stillness. Only the hush of something once powerful, now gone. The wind moved as it always had, brushing the tops of walls and whispering through bamboo groves. But it carried nothing now. No emblem, no color, no silk square bearing dragons, phoenixes, or calligraphed names. The flagpoles stood upright, their cords limp, their hooks silent. Across the empire, what was left of it, the absence of a flag said more than any edict. It meant no one claimed the sky. No hand guided the storm. The people looked upward and saw only empty air, and in that emptiness, they began to unlearn allegiance. In the early days, a few tried to raise the old banners again. In city centers and on hilltop shrines, loyalists climbed and unfurled faded silks, their gold threads dulled by years of ash. But no one saluted. No drums rolled. The flags fluttered half-heartedly before tearing in the rain. Without the court, without the seal, a flag was only cloth, and cloth cannot govern. Villages soon stopped waiting. They built their own markers, bundles of reeds tied with string, painted symbols over their gates, sometimes just a red mark on a stone. These were not declarations of rebellion, they were signs of survival. In the vacuum of flag and throne, people made meaning wherever they could. They no longer asked what the emperor wanted. They asked whether rice could be grown, whether the road remained safe, whether the children could sleep without being roused by marching feet. In the capital, the last remaining flag was taken down by a gardener. The silk had caught on a splintered pole and torn nearly in half. He folded what remained, wrapped it in linen, and buried it beneath the plum tree. He did not do this with ceremony. There was no witness, only the sound of the spade in dry soil and the creak of roots pushed aside. When asked, he simply said, "It was time." No flag flew, and yet the world went on, slowly, unevenly. The roads became more dangerous, then calmer, then unfamiliar. The courts closed, then opened again under new names. Titles shifted. Some men called themselves protectors. Others claimed the role of caretakers or sages. None used the old words. Emperor became a memory. Empire became a rumor. Children born in this time never saw the flag that once flew from every outpost, every river crossing, every gate. They learned of it only from their grandparents, who spoke of it like a season that had passed. Some stories were grand, full of color and glory. Others were quiet, filled with hunger and exile. But all ended the same, with a silence where a flag should have been. And yet, in the absence, there was also something else. A space to breathe, a space to begin again, even if the beginning was small. Farmers rebuilt terraces. Teachers returned to ruined temples and taught from memory. Bakers shaped cakes for weddings that no longer required permission. The empire had fallen, but not the people. They lived on, not in defiance, but in adaptation. When no flag flew, the wind changed, not because it carried less, but because it carried everything. Every whisper of loss, every grain of ash, every cry of birth in a room lit only by oil. The flag had once claimed dominion over the land. Now the land spoke for itself, in footsteps, in seasons, in breath. And overhead, the sky stretched wide and unmarked, not broken, just free. Long after the armies vanished and the flags dissolved into damp soil, the stones remained. In courtyards overrun by weeds, in mountain passes forgotten by trade, in river valleys where borders once mattered, the stones kept quiet watch. They were carved not for beauty, but for remembering, not with stories of glory, but with dates, names, and quiet pleas. These markers did not shout of conquest. They whispered of those who were lost, and those who chose to remember anyway. Some stood upright, shaped by chisels into slender columns. Others were only slabs, sunken and moss-covered. But each bore the hand of someone who had lived through silence. A stonemason in the southern hills carved 312 names onto one surface. The names had no titles, no ranks, just the year they died and the villages they called home. When asked why he did it, he said the wind had begun to forget their voices, so he carved them into the mountain instead. Elsewhere, temple monks reopened their halls not for prayer, but for record. The scrolls were gone, but the walls remained. They etched stories directly into stone pillars, births, seasons, dreams interrupted. One monk wrote only a single line. The peaches blossomed early the year the north fell. Nothing more. But it was enough, because someone, someday, would stand in that temple and know that beauty once coexisted with ruin. In the absence of government archives and palace scribes, stone became the last historian. It was slow, imperfect, and difficult to read, but it could not be burned. It could not be taken by wind. It did not forget when rulers vanished or names were forbidden. Parents carved lullabies into stepping stones. Widows carved prayers beside wells. Generals, long stripped of rank, returned to their childhood homes and etched the names of fallen comrades on the backs of gateposts. Not for honor, but for grief. The act of carving was never rushed. One character at a time, shaped with care despite the trembling hand. Sometimes a line would trail off, as though the chisel had slipped or the mason had wept. These breaks remained. No one smoothed them away. They became part of the memory too. Over time, moss grew between the characters. Cracks formed from frost and root. But still, the words held. Travelers leaned close, tracing them with their fingers, whispering them aloud in dialects that had changed with the years. Each stone told not a single story, but an echo. Of a child never seen again, a house never rebuilt, a promise never kept. There was one stone, half buried near a ruined bridge, that bore only one word: wait. No one knew who carved it, but those who passed by always paused. They stood before it, looked toward the horizon, and breathed a little slower. In that word was a plea, or a command, or perhaps just a hope that someone would linger just long enough to remember. The empire had fallen, and history moved on. New banners were raised in far-off lands. New names were given to the old rivers. But beneath it all, the stones remained. They did not explain. They did not justify. They did not beg to be seen. They simply existed with quiet strength in the earth that had always outlasted the noise. And if you listen closely, when the wind passes over them, you might hear something softer than memory, something like truth, something like love. They had always trusted the rivers, not just for water, but for rhythm. The rivers had shaped the valleys, cradled the rice fields, ferried grain and silk and rumor. They were the empire's quiet spine, bending but never breaking, patient and strong. But as the world changed and borders dissolved, the rivers did not protect. They did not rise in warning. They simply carried things away. Boats still drifted in the current, but they no longer bore banners. They held families fleeing smoke, bundles of books wrapped in cloth, portraits with cracked glass, and sometimes just silence. Entire villages moved by river now, not in ceremony, but in exile. Mothers pointed toward the bank, telling children where their houses once stood. The children looked, but saw only reeds. At the edges of the empire, couriers once raced across bridges to deliver orders sealed in wax. Now the wax was melted, the orders forgotten, and the bridges gone. Rain came harder than before, or maybe it only felt that way without engineers to shore the banks. Floodwaters swallowed markers, roads disappeared. What once connected provinces now erased them. A single swollen stream could wipe away a dynasty's last attempt at memory. And still, the rivers flowed. Fishermen returned to places they'd known as boys, finding only stone foundations and damp ash. They threw their nets where grain barges once sailed. They told no stories, not because they lacked them, but because water does not remember in the way stone does. It holds nothing. It carries everything. Downstream, always. Sometimes a boat would drift past a town with no name. Inside a letter sealed in silk, unread, undelivered. Sometimes a clay statue, broken at the base. Sometimes just bones, wrapped in soldier's cloth. No one claimed these things. The river did not ask for ownership. Scholars, when they returned to ruined libraries, noticed that maps had begun to blur. Rivers had changed course. Tributaries once narrow had widened, devouring farmland. New channels had opened without permission. The empire, once drawn with lines and measured with ink, now melted at its edges. The rivers had rewritten the land, and in their wake, the people learned to speak in softer tones. They no longer called themselves subjects of an emperor. They named themselves by the hills they could still see, the foods they could still grow, the songs they had not yet forgotten. Where once there were decrees, there were now questions. Do you remember that town? Do you know the way? Can we cross? A woman stood by a river where her husband had once traded porcelain. She held a bowl he'd carried from court to coast, now cracked, now quiet. She dipped it into the water and watched as the current filled it, circled, and spilled over. She whispered his name. The river answered with motion, not meaning. There were no monuments to this part of the collapse. No walls bearing lists of names, only water in motion unclaimed. It took away what was no longer protected: palaces, poetry, pride. But it also gave something back, a chance to begin with nothing. What the rivers took away, they did not steal. They received, carried, loosened from stone and soil. They did not mourn. They did not celebrate. They simply kept going, as if the fall of empires was as natural as the rise of mist at dawn. And so the people watched the rivers, not for guidance, but for truth, that all things move, that all things pass, and that even the deepest sorrow, if left too long in silence, will be carried off without a trace. When all the scrolls were burned and the libraries were hollowed to wind, what remained was ash. It clung to walls, slipped through cracked floor tiles, settled into the corners of abandoned academies. The memory of an empire was now soft and grey, no longer bound in silk or annotated with red brushstrokes. The ink was gone, but something lingered in the dust, the shape of what had once mattered. It was not history as the court had recorded it. It was what the fire left behind. Ash does not preserve detail. It forgets names, rearranges order, turns emperors and poets into the same smudge. But it clings to the spaces where knowledge once stood. A reader can vanish, but the bench where they once sat holds a different kind of memory. The scent of charred wood lingers longer than the law it held. And so, those who returned to ruined cities looked not for books, but for shapes in the dust. A shelf that curved inward. A stair that ended too early. A desk fused to the ground by heat. In these ruins, the people whispered the past back into being, not with accuracy, but with care. A grandfather remembered a law that had once protected the silkworm keepers. A teacher recalled a story of the princess who wrote poems under a plum tree. A child asked why the temple bell no longer rang, and the answer came not from scripture, but from the hollow sound of the wind through broken eaves. Ash is a quiet teacher. It offers no proof. It asks only presence. Those who knelt in it, who brushed it aside to make space for kneeling or for tea, felt a strange mix of reverence and resignation. They knew they were touching what was left, and that it could not be rebuilt as it had been. Too much was scattered. Too much was lost. Still, some tried. A monk near the river gathered ash from 3 cities and pressed it into clay. He fired tiles in a low kiln and etched them with verses remembered from childhood. Not official records, just words that had stayed with him. The moon sits low in the well tonight, one tile read. Another simply said, "He left before the snow melted." These fragments became a wall, not to divide, but to hold what little still held meaning. Elsewhere, a widow painted over soot-covered stones with melted wax, then pressed rice paper against the patterns. The impressions were faint, almost invisible. She called them shadows of knowledge. She gave them to no one. She kept them under her bed, beside a lamp that rarely burned anymore. In this age of ash, no one debated accuracy. Truth became a kind of feeling, a scent, a sound, a name spoken softly, even if no one remembered the face. History did not disappear. It dissolved and returned differently, in lullabies sung to children who had never seen a city, in recipes adapted to strange grains when the old ones stopped growing, in gestures that imitated ceremony, even if the meaning had changed. The price of memory was that it could not be held in hand anymore. It was in the way someone stood, or how they paused at the edge of a bridge. It was in the quiet refusal to forget, even when forgetting would be easier. The scrolls had burned, but not everything written disappears in flame. Some things stay, drifting in the air, settling softly onto shoulders. Even ash becomes part of the soil, eventually. They had once been names carved in stone and shouted in the camps. Generals of the empire, whose commands shaped provinces and whose choices steered the fate of dynasties. But when the empire broke, their stories loosened too. Their portraits faded in damp halls, their titles dissolved into air, and their legacies were taken up not by historians, but by those who sang for bread in the markets. The songs did not praise them as they once had. They told of silence, of choices made too late, of men who stood tall and then vanished. The soldiers who followed them had either perished or scattered. The camps they commanded became forests again, or fields where peasants planted millet. No trumpets remained, but in corners of the countryside, shepherds passed down strange lullabies. A line here about a man who never returned from the north. A verse there about a general who cried before burning his own maps. No one remembered their ranks, only the weight of their walking, the sound of boots over frozen ground, the way their faces turned toward dusk. One song told of a man who led 100 riders across a frozen river to rescue a single village. He returned alone, blood frozen to his cloak, and asked not for reward, but for warmth. Another told of a woman, though no record proved her, who held the southern pass for 7 nights with a dozen farmers and a broken bow. In the song, she dies standing, and the wind carries her name through the pine trees. There was no grave for her, but travelers said the air felt different there. These stories were not official. The court would not have recorded them, even if it had still stood. They were passed through voice and rhythm, shaped to fit the moment, changed by dialect and time. In them, generals grew weary. They forgot their orders. They wept in private. They fought not for the emperor, but for the men beside them, and for villages whose names they never learned. They did not seek statues. They sought silence at the end. Some found it. Others did not. In old markets, men too old for work sat near doorways and tapped rhythms against their knees. The songs were in their breath, not sung loudly, but hummed, half lost in the noise of trade. A few younger listeners leaned close, not because they believed every word, but because the tune held something they missed, a kind of direction, even if the path was broken. It is said that one forgotten general, after seeing the empire fracture beyond healing, removed his armor and returned to his father's orchard. He told no one who he was. He planted apricot trees. When neighbors asked about the scar across his chest, he said it was from falling as a boy. No song was made for him. And yet, each spring, when the trees bloomed, villagers spoke of his kindness. That was enough. These were not legends of conquest. These were murmurs of weariness, songs that ended with questions. Did he regret it? Was it worth it? Would he do it again, knowing the outcome? The singers never answered. They only moved on to the next verse. The empire remembered its generals not in monuments, but in music that refused to vanish. And as long as someone hummed those fragments beside a fire, beneath a tree, while mending cloth or waiting for rain, then memory had not truly left. It had only changed its form, because some songs, even if no one remembers who they're for, still hold the weight of a name. There had been warnings, not shouted ones, not loud enough to echo through palaces, but soft, persistent truths spoken in council halls and quiet gardens. Advisors with wrinkled hands and careful eyes had tried to explain what was coming. Grain taxes were too high in the western provinces. Garrisons were underpaid and bored. The trade routes shifted with the seasons, and the northern envoys brought maps that didn't match the empire's own. But the court had grown used to its own echo. It listened only to itself. A teacher in the capital once told his pupils that stability was not inherited. It was managed like a flame, tended, protected from drafts, fed just enough air, never too much. But his voice never reached beyond the school walls. His students memorized his words for exams and forgot them when they bowed to new patrons. Outside, the world shifted, and the lessons remained ink on paper, unsmelled by smoke, untouched by wind. Some of the wisest voices had no rank. Midwives who had noticed fewer births in border towns, traders who felt unrest in how quietly goods changed hands, a potter who stopped painting dragons because no one wanted symbols of the court anymore. These people saw change not in proclamations, but in silence. But when they spoke, no one listened. The court saw nothing in the absence of noise. Years before the capital cracked, a minor minister had written a letter to his superior, outlining the need to reinforce a bridge used by the army. He received no reply. 3 winters later, the bridge collapsed under the weight of retreating soldiers. Not one enemy arrow had touched it. The stone simply gave way. That minister, long dismissed, went to live with his daughter in the hills. No one asked for his advice again. Another man, a former general too sick for war, begged the emperor's chamberlain to reconsider the western defense lines. He was offered tea and polite laughter. He died with a map in his hand, lines drawn over hills no one remembered how to defend. The scroll was found years later, curled and faded, in a chest used to store dried fruit. It was not arrogance that silenced wisdom. Not fully. It was weariness. The weight of too many reports, too many warnings, too many crises arriving all at once. Decision makers became numb. They smiled, nodded, and filed truth away like unwanted letters. A nation does not collapse all at once. It forgets how to hear itself first. There were women who watched from garden courtyards, knowing the stories before they were told. They stitched messages into robes, hoping someone would notice a pattern. A black thread where there should have been blue. A single blossom missing from a row of 5. But the wearers only saw fabric, never meaning. And so the quiet lessons unraveled in motion. Later, when cities burned and fields lay fallow, some returned to those old writings. They traced the characters with soot-darkened fingers and whispered, "We were told," not in anger, in regret, because the words had been there all along, unpolished, patient, waiting for the right moment to be believed. That moment never came, and even now, long after the thrones had been swallowed by time, the warnings remained, in footnotes, in cracked inkstones, in gardens where no one came to listen. Lessons still valid, but unread. The past does not demand belief. It offers lessons wrapped in quiet. And when those lessons are ignored, they wait. They do not shout. They do not weep. They simply remain unchanged until someone finally hears what should have been heard before. Not everything vanishes when the banners fall. Some things linger, not in stone or scroll, but in the space just behind memory, in doorways where no one stands anymore, in hallways that echo without sound. These are the shadows that remain. They are not ghosts in the way stories tell. They are impressions, presences shaped by habit, by grief, by repetition. The way a chair feels occupied even when it isn't. The way a garden path wears down in the shape of someone who no longer walks it. Across the broken empire, these shadows stretch silently. In abandoned rooms of the southern court, dust lay thick over lacquered furniture. But some corners stayed clean, as if out of respect. as if the air still moved around a figure who had once sat there each morning with warm tea and heavy thoughts. Servants no longer swept those rooms, but they did not move the chairs either. They bowed slightly before entering. It was habit, or perhaps it was memory. In towns without names, villagers told stories of strange visitors, men who said nothing, who stood quietly at dusk and vanished by morning. They left no footprints, but door latches shifted as if touched. One farmer swore he heard his brother's voice outside the rice barn, though the man had died in a northern skirmish 2 winters before. There was no fear in the telling, only a tired kind of reverence, as if those lost had found a way to walk back, not to speak, but to be near. Historians did not write of these things. Their pens required dates, treaties, known names, but the people spoke of the shadows. A woman placing 5 bowls at the table, even when only 3 were needed. A soldier setting his helmet beside a second that belonged to a man now buried. The emptiness became a ritual. It filled the space where words no longer worked. There were no shrines to the dynasty in many places, just stones turned upright in fields, ribbons tied to trees, an incense stick burned beside a quiet stream. The offerings weren't labeled. They were made to the past, to the weight of what once was. They honored not just rulers, but the unseen, the kitchen attendant who cried during evacuation, the clerk who wrote letters no one read, the child who hid under floorboards while cities fell. Even the wind seemed to change in places touched by the shadows. It moved differently through gates that no longer opened. It slowed at the edge of ruined walls, as if pausing out of respect. It whispered names in syllables that no longer had meaning, but still carried weight. Time softened the empire's edges. Generations passed, and the names on family altars grew shorter, vaguer. But the gestures remained. A bowed head when crossing certain bridges, a candle lit at new moon, a poem recited with no audience. These were the quiet acts of remembrance. They did not preserve power. They preserved presence. What remains is not always visible. Sometimes it is a silence between 2 breaths, a feeling at the edge of sleep, a sense that someone somewhere still walks the hallways of a forgotten palace, not out of duty, but because that was once their place in the world. The empire had fallen. The war was long over. The records were scattered or erased. But the shadows stayed, not to haunt, but to remind. That history is not only what was written, or won, or lost. It is also what is felt, when a room seems full, though no one speaks, when a name stirs on the tongue but never leaves the lips. Some things cannot be rebuilt, but they do not disappear. Beneath the dust, something breathes, not loud, not eager, but steady, like the last coals in a long, cold fire. The empire that once burned brightly had collapsed into silence, but the land still held shape. You could see it in the curve of terraces carved by hands now gone, in the stones set purposefully in roads no longer traveled, in the way the rice paddies followed the contours of valleys, as if obeying forgotten orders. Dust covered everything, but it could not erase direction. People walked over it without ceremony. They stepped around fallen walls. They built homes where palaces had once stood. Children chased chickens past pillars whose carvings they couldn't read. And yet, something in the ground remembered. When they dug to plant or to bury, their spades struck old tile, worn coins, a piece of jade too finely shaped for the world they now lived in. They would pause, wipe the dust away, hold it up to the light, then place it quietly on a shelf or in a drawer, not for value, but for reverence. A nation does not only live in its government, it lives in habits. in the way people greet one another on narrow paths, in the shape of bowls passed at mealtime, in how morning sounds different from afternoon. Even after fire, even after exile, these things remain. Worn thinner, quieter, but still there. They survive not because of decree, but because they are repeated, without thinking, like breath. The scholars who once filled great halls with scrolls were gone, but their words had seeped into lullabies. A mother in a burned-out village might hum lines from a poet she had never read, passed down not through paper, but through voice. A father might teach his son how to tie knots in the old way, not knowing it was once a method taught to imperial troops. The traditions became shadows of themselves, but they still held the same weight, a kind of continuity, even if the shape had changed. The dust held more than ashes. It held memory, and the nation beneath it did not rise again in grand parades or proclamations. It rose in the small, slow acts of living, in market stalls with produce stacked just so, in funeral processions that followed old rhythms, in the way elders sat at the edge of courtyards, watching, silent, guarding something no longer spoken. These were the stitches in the fabric, invisible from far away, but essential up close. Some dreamed of rebuilding, of carving order from ruin, but most did not speak of empire anymore. They spoke of weather, of harvests, of children who were learning to speak again. A boy might grow up playing near the foot of a broken statue, never knowing who it once honored. Yet he would know the shape of the land, the taste of boiled roots, the rhythm of rain on a thatched roof. That too was survival. The dust did not choke them. It wrapped them, softened edges, held echoes. It reminded them of what had come before, not as burden, but as presence. There, beneath their steps, beneath their stories, beneath each day they lived without ceremony, was the quiet hum of something ancient that refused to leave. It no longer ruled, but it still belonged. After the fire, after the war, after the names had faded from stone, the nation was not gone. It had only gone quiet. It waited not for rebirth, but for recognition, and it found it in the dust, in every footstep that walked forward, while still remembering the ground below. There is a saying, old as soil, the bamboo bends so it will not break. And for a time, the people believed this would be enough. They had endured invasions, shifting courts, droughts and floods. They had bowed to new rulers and buried old names. They had learned to survive by yielding, not fighting. The bamboo could weather storms because it did not resist them. But in the final years of the dynasty, even the bamboo began to splinter. It was not one event. It never is. It was hunger arriving earlier each year, even in good seasons. It was the roads no longer safe, not from armies, but from desperation. Bandits who were once soldiers, thieves who were once clerks, mothers who stopped singing when they fed their children thin broth from cracked bowls. The people had learned to bend, but now there was nowhere else to go. The wind had changed direction too often, and the roots were pulling loose from the earth. In the countryside, elders spoke of old strength. They remembered when the court had listened, when temples had grain stores for hard winters. But their voices were slow, and the young no longer gathered to hear them. The younger ones had other concerns: how to find work, how to keep warm, how to avoid the notice of whatever passed now for authority. And yet, deep down, they knew the strength that had held their world together was not returning. The riverbanks had shifted. The forest no longer followed the emperor's calendar. In one village, a teacher tried to hold his students' attention with tales of heroic generals, with maps of a world that no longer existed. The children watched the wind through the window. They did not ask questions. They had already learned the answers outside the classroom. Their fathers had left and not returned. Their older brothers carried knives. Their mothers wept without sound while mending the same clothes again and again. What lesson could overcome that? The bamboo broke not in one place, but everywhere at once. Quietly, without headlines or proclamation. A local judge stopped holding trials. A trader began hoarding instead of selling. A father gave up trying to teach his sons the ancient characters. No revolt, no thunder, just a loosening, a long exhale, a sense that the past was no longer a guide, and the future would not wait. In the north, where the winters bit harder, whole towns disappeared, not in fire but in absence. Homes left behind with bowls still on the table, ashes still warm in the hearth. Gone not because they were forced to go, but because staying had become impossible. They walked south, or east, or nowhere at all. Some returned months later. Some were never seen again. Their stories scattered like seeds in wind that no longer cared which way it blew. The bamboo had bent for centuries, but it was not infinite. The pressure had found its limit, and when it snapped, it did so without spectacle. It left behind silence and the slow drift of dust across abandoned fields. There was no shame in the breaking, only sorrow, because they had tried, they had endured. But even the most patient reed cannot hold forever against a river that forgets its banks. So when the wind came again, louder this time, emptier, it found no resistance, only fragments of what once swayed gracefully and now lay still beneath the weight of too much history. When everything else frayed, some threads remained, not golden ones embroidered into banners, not ceremonial cords looped across royal shoulders. These threads were quieter. They passed through kitchens and courtyards, through fire pits and prayer stones, through hands that had never touched a scroll. They held not the empire, but the people, and they did not need a name to survive. In the markets that slowly returned after the worst of the war, old rhythms stirred again. A woman laid out pickled roots with care, arranging them by color and scent. A boy helped his grandfather weigh dried herbs on a bronze scale that still remembered steadier days. The world, they knew, had changed, but their gestures had not. They moved as if they still believed in the patterns of before, even if they no longer expected anyone to notice. Ceremony did not disappear. It simply became smaller. A family might no longer honor the emperor with incense, but they still lit candles for their ancestors. Births were still met with red paper, deaths with white cloth and soft songs sung by neighbors. Even as power collapsed around them, they continued to mark time, not with trumpets, but with tenderness. These were the true threads, worn, stained, but unbroken. In a distant village near the mountain valleys, a calligrapher with clouded eyes traced characters with a brush he had trimmed down to its last hairs. He wrote not for court nor for coin, but for memory. When children brought him scraps, a word they could not understand, a line from a song, he copied it slowly, carefully, as if saving a species on the edge of extinction. No one asked him to do it, but they kept bringing him paper. The language had shifted, softened by distance and hardship, but it still lived in lullabies, in blessings muttered over soup, in warnings carved into wooden gates. Some phrases were now said without knowing their meaning. Others had grown new meaning with time. Yet all of them held weight. They were the stitching in a fabric that no longer showed its original pattern, but still held shape. One day, a wandering monk stopped at a burned-out temple and planted 3 lotus seeds beside the broken steps. He watered them with rain caught in his sleeve. When asked why, he said only, "So we remember something still grows." The petals bloomed the next spring. No bells rang, but villagers began leaving rice near the blossoms. It was not religion, it was remembrance, and it was enough. The empire had been built on armies and decrees, but it endured in some way through these quiet things. A pot repaired and passed down, a tune played on a flute near a stream, a hand resting on another's shoulder after a long day. These did not restore kingdoms, but they restored people. They reminded them that they had not fallen apart completely. History did not always move forward in grand steps. Sometimes it drifted sideways, lingered in pause, held its breath through hardship. And in those moments, these threads held the weight. They did not try to rebuild what was lost. They simply refused to let go. In every cracked village square, in every cooking fire lit without ceremony, in every shared bowl between strangers who said nothing at all, the empire whispered not of its glory, but of its endurance. And in that quiet, among ashes and wind and worn-out maps, something continued. It was not a resurrection. It was not a return. It was something gentler. A thread passed hand to hand, breath to breath, across generations who had never met, but somehow still remembered each other. The end did not arrive with thunder. There were no grand declarations, no armies standing at the edge of the world. It came softly, like the dimming of a lantern left burning too long. The Jin Dynasty did not vanish in a single breath. It faded, one name at a time, one memory at a time, until even the wind forgot how to pronounce it. In the final records, there are gaps. Months with no mention of court, no list of appointments, no sign of who ruled or why. These are not accidents, they are absences. History forgets in pieces, and the Jin were forgotten slowly. A border fort surrendered without battle. A tribute was never collected. A seal was buried with a man who had no heirs. No ceremony was held, no successor named, only a long, low quiet. Those who had served the court no longer wore their titles. They became farmers, wanderers, monks with names carved into the sleeves of their robes. Some went south, others west. They did not carry flags. They carried habits, the way to bow when entering a room, the silence that followed a loss too deep for speech. In this way, the Jin continued, not as rulers, but as echoes, heard only by those who still remembered which silences meant sorrow. There were still stories told, but they softened with each retelling. The hero became a brother. The war became a journey. The empire became a village that had once stood taller. In time, no one could say exactly when the dynasty had ended. Only that one year fewer candles were lit. One spring, the emperor's birthday passed without song. A generation later, the name was a line in a prayer few still understood. The mountains did not mark the dynasty's fall. The rivers did not change course. Nature continued, unbothered by who claimed the throne. And perhaps that was the final truth of it, that what lasted had never been in the palaces, but in the valleys below, where people planted seed and watched the sky for signs of rain and folded the past into their morning routines like a page too worn to unfold. In the capital, or what had once been its heart, moss grew between stones where officials had once walked with slow dignity. Children played there now, kicking stones that once bore imperial edicts. They did not know the names carved faintly into the stone, but they laughed, they shouted, they lived. And maybe that too was a kind of monument. The Jin had ruled, and ruled well, had been just and cruel, wise and blind. They had expanded, defended, retreated, and fallen. But in the end, they did what all empires do. They stopped, not with flame, but with forgetting. Not with conquest, but with quiet. A temple bell once rung at midnight rusted shut. Birds nested inside it. Its chime, like the Jin, was now memory. A pause where sound used to be. A hush carried down through centuries, not to mourn, but to mark that something once stood, and then gently did not. And so, the final silence of the Jin was not sorrowful. It was full, not empty, but complete. It held within it all that had come before, the banners, the betrayals, the beauty, the burden, and it asked for no reply. It simply remained, like dust on a worn book, like breath after a long song. And when night came, it did not come for them alone. It came for all things. Even the stars fade quietly into morning.